Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. Yo, posture check. Thank you. Oh, my back, it really hurts right now. I'll try my best. Chic, Frisco. Here's our overview. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, I'd like to work a little bit on some deadlift stuff today. We might also do lure in, it just depends on how things go. But yeah. We kind of started working on the doorman last stream a little bit. So we're probably going to just get him finished up really quick and then swap over to focusing on the crafting. But yeah, let's do that, shall we? Okay, so let's get all his animations set up. His walk front, back, side. Okay, let's do all the idols. So I think we could just grab that from the fronts and just use that. So let's get that. This is the back. I think it's this one. Sure. Idle front. That one. Idle side. And I'll worry about doing the other sides later. It's just right now. So that's walk left. Actually, I think that's backwards. I think I need to do walk right. Yeah. Okay, this side. Right. I think it's that one. Alright, so now we got all the idols. We got these guys, which have FPS. It's a little strange how this one... His other leg doesn't really seem to move. It's fine for now. I don't know, I'm sure we're gonna redo these at some point. See if I figure out what items we'll be crafting. That's something that we're gonna kind of also work on, is figure out some more ideas for like tools and stuff, so. But I got a couple ideas cooking up in the old brain, so I'm sure we'll figure something out. I want to do some kind of like compass object, because I think that would just be a nice tool for navigating around. Probably maybe like a flare or like some kind of light source you can drop down. I think would be kind of nice. Just stuff like that. And then eventually we can... I want to do some more like tools. I don't know. It's just gonna point toward, you know, northwest, south, but you can kind of use it as a general idea for like what direction you're going in, because like the elevator will always point toward the south, so you know that like if you're moving south then you're kind of on your way to the elevator, right? So I think that's what we're gonna do. It'll always stay consistent, so you can use it as kind of just a frame of reference for where you're going. It'll be helpful because like if you're walking along a hallway, it's nice to know that you're moving to the left, and you can kind of like mentally map out sort of the way the map is, I think. So at least that's the idea. We'll see. Alright, so doorman. It's gonna work in a similar way to Ares, where he walks toward you. And he should already have all the targeting stuff set up. In here, he's gonna... Let's see, aggro onto the player. Set the attack target. Alright. So if attack target when we start doing the attack stuff in here. I'm just gonna make sure that he's properly getting his attack target and stuff like that. So let's see. Okay. We'll have to figure out how he's gonna kind of escape the elevator hatch. Maybe I just make him generate whenever you're not looking at the hatch. We'll see. But right now he'll just like spawn instantly, basically. So I don't know why he's not animating at all. Oh. It's because I forgot to call super. Now he should be animating. Oh, I didn't hold up. Gotta pass in delta. There we go. So now he walks. He's too slow. But if he sees you, if he has you as an attack target, probably up his speed. Do we have some kind of like speed modifier in here? Yeah, we do. So we're gonna set that in here to 3 times, maybe. So now when he sees you, he starts running at you. It would be kind of neat if you almost like teleported and stuff. Like if you turn around a corner and you walk back, he's just right here. Maybe. In a way, I kind of want him to be a little anomalous, possibly. Instead of just being a guy that walks around. Because definitely I think right now it's way too easy to outrun him. It doesn't really present that much of a challenge. One thing though is I think I want his aggro range to be huge. He's not really going to lose aggro on you very easily. I want him to kind of just like always be chasing you. He always knows where you are, kind of thing. Ooh, I don't like him just standing there. It's kind of creepy. Let's see if we can get away from him. He's still aggroed on me. Maybe he does have a... I think I gave him a really big aggro range, didn't I? Is he still aggroed on me? Oh, it's probably just because I didn't reset his speed modifier. Set that to 1.0. If I run away. Yeah, there we go. It's terrible with the lighting. There we go. Yeah, because it's pretty easy to outrun him right now, which is... just feels kind of... I don't know. Too easy. The side sprite seems to be weird. Hold on. Why is he... Okay. Maybe, it's not what I thought. For the sides. Oh, the side does point to the left. I never realized that. Kind of odd. Well, let's fix that then. See that one. Place those. Doorman walk left. Okay. Wonder if I should duplicate this frame. No, because he just kind of goes back. That's not the frame I want to duplicate. No, that's fine. Alright. Nah, it doesn't work. How do I choose the animation? I can show you. I just basically convert his, like, direction that he's facing into a value and then choose based off of that. There might be an easier way to do this, but I don't know. This is what I figured out. So in here, it calculates his direction value. So it's basically just saying, you know, 360 degrees divided by 4. So you end up with, it's either 0, 1, 2, 3, so 4 different directions that he rotates to. I do it that way because if I want to do 8 directional, I don't know if dot, I don't know. I haven't messed with dot product stuff. I know there is stuff for that, but I don't remember, like, I don't really know exactly what dot product is, I guess. Dot. Determine whether an enemy is facing the player. 0 for right angle. Greater than 0 for angles narrower than 90 degrees. 0 then lower than 0 for angles wider than 90 degrees. Yeah, I mean, you could probably also do that, but I mean, this works just as well, I feel like. I guess you wouldn't have to get... No, because you'd still need to get the position here, so... Doesn't really matter. Either way works, probably. But yeah, I just get that value and then figure out what direction does that evaluate to. I'm basically getting that value from... I have a variable kind of referencing the global active camera, so it's always compared against that since that's where you're looking from. Yeah, you can definitely look into it. It might be a decent way to do it. So let's see. Yeah, so let's go into... I think he'd be a bit more formidable if he has an insanely huge aggro range. So I'm gonna make him be able to aggro through walls. And I kind of like the idea of him just slowly marching toward you. Like always. There's nothing that you can do to hide from him or get away from him. He's not like super difficult to deal with, but like just always marching toward you, you know? So he should pretty much always have an attack target. But I'm just gonna do this. So if we have an attack target, if global, let's see, global position, the distance to is less than 8, then he's gonna activate his super speed. And then also if we're within a certain distance away, here, then let's do this first. If we're less than like 4 meters away or something, that's when he attacks you. So let's add in those animations. So we're gonna have attack, front. I think that's really the only one we need. He's never gonna be able to attack from any other direction, so... So now we can grab all these ones. This one kind of has a little bit of a jump scare thing, but I don't think we're going to do any jump scare in this guy. So I think we cut it off right there. Yeah. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah. That should work. He'll attack pretty quick. So you don't want him to get to you. Alright. And then what I'm going to do is just connect up sprite animation finished. To here. Well, let's do not that one. I do actually need to override frame changed, which I don't use anywhere. Never mind. Now let's do... Yeah, it doesn't connect anywhere. Frame changed. Then we'll just check if he's attacking. Animation type is equal to attack. Then if frame is equal to 3, that's where damage is dealt. So now we're going to say global.player.take damage. Severity is probably 1. Also now we have to reference sprite.frame. Alright. So that should work there, and then all we need to do is just make him actually start his animation when he's here. And we'll say velocity override. And you're back, welcome back. Same kind of thing we do in Ares when he starts his initial charging. This is where we'll do it. So let's see. Charge.play. Is this like the scrape? No, it's not. Pre-charge. Alright. So we're basically just going to do all of this. Don't worry about that. Animation type. We'll just say attack. So we'll say attack. Specifically, I'll just be playing attack front. Auto animation, just turn that off. Or yeah, I do set that to false. Otherwise, I'll set it here. Then attack direction is this. Velocity override is attack direction. Got tired of socializing at the gym, so just train at home now. Yeah. Feel it. All right. Also here, I'll just reset this back to, or I guess it doesn't matter. So auto animation will get set to true, so it'll calculate what it needs to be. All right. I believe this will work. Thank you for the cheese time. What's up, Season? How's it going? So when he does the attack, we'll also play a sound in here, some kind of sound for each attack. It's something we'll have to work on. Okay, let's see how this looks. Jeez. Yeah. We should be streaming at 1440p right now. That looks good to me. It might just be Twitch automatically changing your resolution, so make sure it's not doing that. Oops. To go into epic debug mode. Alright, so he attacks like this, and then if I walk... Is he stuck? Strange. Oh, now he just doesn't even move. That's really odd. Does that have to do with something like me? Guys, stop shooting at me, bro. Brave doesn't allow you to watch it. Oh yeah, I think it might be a thing with sometimes Twitch, if you have like an ad blocker on and stuff, it'll like forcibly lower your resolution really low. Zen, yeah. So it's a really stupid thing that Twitch does. I don't. Feels like it should be illegal or something. Why is he just like stuck? I don't know what's going on with him. You don't have an ad blocker? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is whack, dude. I wish there was an alternative, but I just... doesn't seem like there are, really. TikTok seems evil. And that's really only for short form. YouTube is fine, but it's kind of doesn't have all the features I'd like. Yeah, why is he just like... I don't know why he can't move. He should be moving. Oh, it's because I forgot to reset his velocity override. No wonder. Maybe not. Oh, whoops, that's a vector 3. There we go. So now when he's close to you, he'll get faster. Let's up his base speed now, too. Because it's a little slow. Speed. It's 2. Alright. No ad blocker and a big 26. Yeah, it would be hard to go without an ad blocker. I do appreciate you guys watching the ads, but definitely, if you can get an ad blocker, you should get one. Alright, let me make sure this works. Okay. It's actually pretty... a bit speedy. I do want him to be, you know, problematic. The thing is that he has a huge aggro range, so if you're all the way out in the maze, he'll still know where you are. Where is he? Oh, there he is. So this is why he's kind of a big problem. Oh. Like, you end up like that. So you really don't want to let this guy escape. Yeah, this is the guy inside of the hatch. It's funny how he, like... What is he doing now? Oh, it's because I keep walking away from him. So this is kind of a bug that we need to fix. Once he, like, starts his attack, I need him to stay there and do at least one, you know? Because otherwise he's just going to keep flickering between starting the attack and then following me again, so he just kind of slides. Oh, what is this guy doing in here? Ow. Ow. Okay. Then we need to make it when the hatch is fully open like this, his arms are no longer sticking out. So we'll do that. Also, no, the dithering is not gone. I'm still seeing it here. It might just be hard to tell if you're locked at lower resolution. Also, you guys are seeing it like a smaller, a window in a window, right? Oh god, why is the stream dying? Okay, it seems okay. I'm gonna close a couple of programs here. I don't need those open. I really hope we don't get more OBS disconnection issues. That was the most annoying thing ever, guys. It, when we were streaming Hightail, it just kept... Every couple minutes, it was like... OBS would disconnect again. It was the worst. I'm gonna lower his speed just a little bit because he is very fast, it seems like. But I don't want him to be super slow. Stream Hightail, yeah, we streamed that on last Wednesday, I think. So it's pretty fun. I do like Hightail. I think there's a lot of things it does really well. It's not a perfect game. There are parts of Minecraft I still enjoy more. I really wish they had more, like, you know, a system kind of like Redstone would be freaking awesome. I think once modding really pops off, I hope they have, like, a tech mod pack eventually. I would love to play that. Also, you mentioned up here what features are missing in YouTube. YouTube is just extremely, like, simple in terms of its streaming stuff. So like, for example, there's no point redemptions. You can't do custom emotes. There's none of that. It's just like, it's fine. But I think it's really bad for trying to build a streaming community, you know? Because there's basically zero customization. But yeah. Anyways. There's an high-tail programming. Not yet, but I imagine eventually they'll work on that kind of stuff. I think it would be cool. YouTube should definitely invest more in streaming. It would be cool. What are the big boy specs, like my computer specs? I've got my CPU is a 3900 XT. 64 gigs of DDR4 drives. 3080 Ti. I'll have to get a new GPU someday, guys. It's been a real big struggle with my VRAM. On my computer. It sucks. The graphics cards are so obscenely expensive. It's like, man, I don't know if I can really afford one. But I don't know. It's kind of very annoying. I mean, maybe if I sold my current one, because, I mean, it's still a really good card. It's a Founders Edition card. It's great for gaming, but sometimes for creative stuff, it's kind of problematic. I really need, like, a 90 series with at least 16 gigs of VRAM. It'd be awesome to get, like, the 5090 with 32 gigs of VRAM. That would be insane. Someday. So I'm just gonna add another variable in here that's like var attacking is false. And then when he does his initial attack in here, I'm gonna say attacking is true. And then if he finishes an attack over here, I'll say attacking. I really need on, yeah, animation finished. And we'll connect, attacking is false. Yeah. So that lets him change his animation again. So and not attacking. That should all work now. And then one more thing in here is I have to do the distance check again. We'll just say var attack distance. So we'll copy that and just make sure that it's actually the players within that area. All right, anyways. So game mod maker, yeah, the modding stuff is gonna go crazy, I think, with Hightail. Should sub more so I can get more VRAM. That's like a lot of subs. The 5090 is like $3,000, right? Let's see. That's not a real card. Yeah, we're looking at like a $3,000 card, which is kind of ridiculous. This one's $4,000. Oh, man. It's wild because isn't MSRP for this card like less than 2,000? Yeah, it's 2,000, so it's $1,500 more than it should be right now. Also, yeah, what does Super Delta do? This is just inheriting from process. So since the parent class I'm inheriting from has a process event, this is just calling the parent's process event before I call mine. That's what that's doing. But yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford a 5090. It's just ridiculous. Because really your only option is it's always out of stock at real retailers, so you've got to get it scalped on eBay. Which it's really stupid, but And yeah, they're all sold out. There's like completely sold out at Micro Center. It was just like this back in 2020 with the pandemic shortage. So it sucks that that's happening again now. Ugh. I'll never be able to get it. Shouldn't it be super.process? I mean, you can say super.process if you want, but I like just saying super. It's just shorthand for calling super and the function that that's being called from. So it's just faster to type it. I don't see the reason to have to specify .process when I could just go, you know, super, boom, supper, delta, and then I'm done, you know. You get the idea. It's just shorthand. There's super in the variable? No. It's just the super function. Okay, so let's see if this works now. What this should do is make it so that when he starts an attack, he like finishes the attack before he goes again, which I think is going to be better. So that should mean that I can't just... He's not just going to slide toward me anymore. Let's see if it actually works. Still seems to not be working, so... Oh, and it's because auto animation gets played again. So we have to say if not attacking. Let's try that now. And now it just gets completely stuck. Oh, that's because animation doesn't get called as finished because it's a looping animation, I believe. Really, that shouldn't be looping. Let's undo this and then just make it not loop. Try this again. Hopefully this works. And I don't know why he was like not moving in. Oh, that's because it never got set to attacking. Yeah, let's try this again. So he goes to attack, and then yeah, that seems to work pretty well. So if I just stand here, he'll just keep attacking me, but if I start walking away, he'll come after me again. So I'm gonna make that speed up distance a little larger. It's the distance that like I can walk away and he keeps like running at me instead of just slowly walking. So that works pretty well right there, I think. So when he gets closer to me, he like starts running at me, right? And I can start running. It feels like I'm really slow. I think it's just because I keep playing on the crazy debug mode. Like this. Zooming around at light speed. Unless you guys do think that the player moves too slow. I'm not sure. Anyways, I think that works pretty well. Let's make it so the hatch can't be closed once it's on stage 3. Or might even modify the stages. I think I might add another stage. Excuse me. Alright, so on stage 4, I don't want the hatch to be... So if it's greater than 0 and... hatch stage is less than 4, then we can close it. Otherwise, you can't close it. Oh, I see. Hold up. Let's just do this. All right. So we'll set it to false and play the squeak. That all works. And then arm angles. There doesn't really need to be a last arm angle. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Because at the final stage, the arms are going to go away. Right here. Well, I guess just to make it easy, I'll just copy this one. Then this one should be like 4.5. Oh, what are the headphones? I got some new ones kind of recently. They are HyperX Alpha 2s. Wireless. These are them. I got them specifically because they have an insane battery life. Because I get really tired of buying wireless headphones and then the battery life dies in like a year. So I wanted something that had so much battery life that I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, they're pretty nice headphones. I do like them. It's a little different compared to my last ones, which were the Astros, because they're not as open back. They're a little more like sound canceling, but I don't mind it that much. I think you get used to it. What's the one with the shiny buttons? This? Yeah, I have that. It's like a little base station that you get with it. It has some buttons and the volume wheel and stuff. I don't really use it, but I could see how it could be useful for some people. But yeah, not a bad pair of headphones. They're pretty decent. And yeah, the battery life is just ridiculous. It's 250 hours, which in my experience, it's way more than that. Because that's like 250 hours of continuous use. I think since I've got them, I've charged them 2 times, and they charge in like a couple hours. Yeah, it's insane. That's the reason I got them, because it's like, it's kind of like black magic. I don't know how they got the battery life that obscenely high. It's kind of insane, honestly. But yeah. Now, the standard for wireless, usually what I see is like 12 hours, maybe 20 if it's like a decent pair. But 250 is like, I don't know. It's so much more. It just seems not real, you know? It seems like how could this be possible? But it is. It works. It is 250 hours. So it's pretty insane. But yeah. Talk to me. Yeah. No, I think it's a good solid pick. I want something that's just gonna last forever and I don't have to buy another one. So I ended up buying the FIFA H6. Oh yeah, nice. We'll buy the H9. People said it's way too uncomfortable. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't really seen any of those before. Fine headphones. Is nice though. Yeah, it's really nice always to get a new headset. It's all clean and stuff. There's a little smile on the side. Let's go. You have the low battery warning. Get like another day or 2 out of them. Forget they need to be charged. Yeah, I know. It was so ridiculous with my Astros because it always gets to a point with headphones, with normal wireless headphones, is like you plug them in and charge them for a whole day, and then in like 30 minutes they're yapping at you to charge them again. And I think I'm just fed up with it. You know, it gets to a point where I'm just like, man, I don't want to do this anymore. These are so nice because even if it loses like 90% of its battery capacity, it's still like at least 10 hours of charge, which is as good as any other wireless headset. So that's the thing. It's kind of like future proof. I mean, wired is fine, but it's really annoying to have wired headphones, honestly. I really like to be able to walk around with my wireless headphones. And you always forget sometimes you have them on, and then you yank out the cable out of your computer and damage stuff. It's just a hassle. Also, these have extremely good wireless range. The Astros were fine, but like once I walked upstairs, I lost signal. These, I can almost walk around my entire house. So if you live in like an apartment or something, then you've got full connection anywhere in your place, which is really nice. But yeah. And they sound pretty good too. They're a relatively neutral soundstage, from what I've seen. And it sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty neutral. I don't like headphones that are ultra bassy because it just gives you such an unclear idea of how things actually sound or how they should sound or whatever. Like with Razer headphones are always way too bassy, I think. So it's always nice to just have a neutral, especially if you're doing music and sounds and stuff like I am for game development. It's pretty important. It's not that bass is always a bad thing. Like I do like bass, but it's just important for my specific situation, at least, right? To like, have neutral soundstage. Never really had good or even, yeah, just good headset or headphones. Yeah, definitely is really nice. Like I remember the stuff I used to get was trash. You know, it does make a really big difference moving up. Yeah, bass was really muffled. Yeah, that's awesome. Why is this not fully opening? It should be gone. Maybe it's just not trying to do it again. That's probably what's happening here. Because I'm saying hatch stage plus equals 1. Right here. Oh yeah, I have to say if it's less than 4. So now it'll fully open up to stage 4. And that's when the funny man comes out. Let's go look at this function again. So now here, instead of saying stage 3, we say stage 4. We spawn the doorman. And then on that stage, we're going to say .visible is false. Let's see. So we'll say it's true up there. No, I'll just say false. Then here we set it visible. Let's just do this. Let's actually throw this up in here. So there it's visible. Or there it's not visible. If it's 0, it's not visible, and otherwise it is visible. Let's try that. Let's think for the posture check. Oh, man, I'm so sore. What's up, Ace? How's it going? We're good vibing, nice. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. I think we're all good. Thank you, Andrew. It's really hard for me to posture check right now because my back is in much pain. So I'll make up for it another time. I might have to pause the posture check because it's not a good time to do it. Alright, let's see. So I need to set this variable back to false right here. Doorman spawned whenever we generate the maze again. So we'll just say that's false. So that should be good. Also, when we leave the maze, I can also make it so the hatch automatically closes. So we can just call set hatch stage. Then whenever we say intermission is true, right here, set the hatch stage back to 0. So Eddie does. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Remember that you owe me a Pasha check? Yeah, that sounds good. All right, let's go try this out. So there should be more stages now. Let's set the stage timer just a little bit longer so I can actually see the difference, because right now it's just gonna be like boom, 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 boom. So hatch timer, let's set that between 5 and 10 seconds. And let's just go look at how this is. Finish training, go take a bath and eat some. I'll be right back. Sounds good. Oh man, my back does really hurt. It's really hard for me to sit up straight right now. Let me go take a nap. Okay, hit the button. Oops, have to go into. All right, let's watch this hatch. So in 5 seconds, it should open. Okay, first stage went. I need to change the way that the hands kind of appear and stuff, and angle. Because right now they just kind of instantly become visible and snap, which of course is not ideal. I'd like them to kind of tween alongside the hatch, so... So that needs a little adjusting, because it just, his hands disappear and he's instantly there. So we might have to do some kind of animation of him like dropping down. So maybe I can figure that out. Keyboard and mouse. For the mouse, I've been using the Logitech MX Master 3. It's a pretty good mouse. I've enjoyed it. It's got a really good battery life. It's just a solid mouse. It's big, which is good, and weighty. I don't really like light mice. Some people like super lightweight mice for like gaming, you know, FPS gaming, but I think it's not, I don't know. The thing that I really need out of my mouse is precision. So that's kind of important to me. Well, you said it was wireless. No, it's just the mouse and headphones. Everything else is wired. Definitely, I would never get a wireless keyboard because that just doesn't... There's no reason. Keyboard is a Razer Huntsman Pro. Can't really see much of it, but... Razer keyboards aren't that bad. It's, I think, one of the only products from Razer that are actually reliable and don't break. I've never really had a Razer keyboard break. The last keyboard I had before this, like 10 years ago or something, was a Black Widow V2 or something, another Razer keyboard. But it lasted for a really long time. Unfortunately, I spilled water on it, and that was the final nail in the coffin, but it was a good keyboard while it lasted. Oh, please. Leave. I don't remember where the elevator is. I'm gonna die from this guy. Really, the idea is don't let this guy come out in the first place and you'll be okay. I cleaned it like not that long ago. It's pretty clean. There's a little bit of crud on top of the keys, but it's not that bad. I've seen some pretty nasty keyboards. And yeah, I do have a standing desk, but the problem with my back right now is not that I need to stand more, it's that it's in excruciating pain. Like, I need to let it take a break. I've been standing all day long already, so it's overexerted. But yeah. Your WAS just getting unstable? Yeah, it's too bad. One thing I do like about, or I just was thinking about it, my keyboard, the Razer one, is it's got an extremely short travel time on the keystroke, so I can type really fast on it, which I always appreciate. Some keyboards, like, you have to really press hard on the keys to get it to register an input, which I don't like. Because it's like the optical mechanical switches, so they're very responsive. I like a more lightweight key. But yeah. Then monitors. I got a drawing tablet on the right. My main one, I got a mini LED monitor a few years ago. And it's been really good. Mini LED is great because it's so bright. And doesn't destroy your bank account like an OLED monitor, so... And it's got pretty good backlighting zones as well. It's obviously not like an OLED, but I think it's over 4,000. So that's pretty good. What am I doing for 2,000 followers? I don't really know. I mean, I don't have anything specific planned out, but I don't know. If anybody has ideas, maybe we'll do the Half-Life stream finally. How many followers are we at? It's not something I really look at. Let's go see. 1,700. But yeah. Yeah, I trim a bit. Drawing tablet. It's like a drawing monitor. Like it's not like one of the ones on your desk that you just draw on. It's like a screen. So I can't really... I'd have to like take it off the mount. I can't really show it on stream, but it's okay. It's getting pretty old though. I got it way back in like 2017 or something. So I'm probably one of these days gonna get a new one. Yeah, it's pretty decent. I mean, for what it is, it's good. It's not like, it wasn't super expensive even back when I got it. It was like 300 bucks or something. But I'd like to get a 1440p one, and one that's a little bit larger so it matches the size of my other monitors. 1773. But yeah. What is it? I think it's like XP pen artist 15.6. I can't really remember exactly, but I think it's like, it's not this one, but it's made by these people. I'm sure they don't sell that same version anymore. But I think it's like one of these 15.6 ones, the old version. I can't remember if it was the Pro series. I don't know. It's been a while. I think it was one of these. And there's the artist. I don't think it was one of the artist ones. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Pro. Yeah, I'd love to get one that's larger. Like a 27-inch or 24 seems pretty common. And honestly, a 4K one would be kind of nice, but... yeah. That's the reason I haven't done that. 4K, though, I don't really need that. I think 1440p would probably be, for the most part, fine. But... I don't know. It's also expensive. Yeah, 4K for this size. I mean, well... The thing is, though, with drawing tablets is, like, you are very close to the screen. It's not like I'm sitting back and just observing the tablet. Like, the thing is that I'm drawing and I'm close up, so it does make more sense to go 4K with a tablet versus a regular monitor. But definitely not at this price point. That's too much money. I don't know. Maybe one day. I just don't have enough money, guys. I need to make $1 billion. Eventually. Maybe. I have one by Wacom, but it's too small. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely wanted to get a tablet, like a screen one, because I think it's really nice to be able to see directly like what I'm drawing. The little handheld ones seem okay because you can kind of hover the mouse over and see the position of the cursor, but it just seems like it's a lot more intuitive to use the screen one. Depending on when or if you sell yours to buy another one. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I don't have any plans to sell right now, but you know, I'll let you know. You and me both, yeah, real. 1K freedom bucks is like 5 and something thousand Brazil bucks. Oh yeah. Kind of all the money in the world to like $40 for a video game. I mean, kind of. I think it's that to me, like the video game pricing is less so actual expense, but more of just like a value kind of thing. Because it's like if I were to get a 4K Wacom tablet that costs like $5,000, or I could get one that's just as good for $500. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like when it comes to indie games. Because there's so many freaking indie games that are like $5. I could get so many indie games for the price of one AAA game that's $80. You know, that's the reason. And also, I feel better supporting people that make games versus just some company that's gonna gobble it all up in expenses and CEOs, right? So, I don't know. And I just like indie games more. Honestly, it's not really the price, but it's just like, I enjoy, for example, Terraria way more than almost any AAA game I've ever played before. Because I think it's just a better game. I don't like how heavy and how demanding AAA games are on your time. Like, I don't have 300 hours to spend beating a main campaign, right? It's just not practical. But meanwhile, I could go load up Balatro and do a run for 10 minutes, and I'm happy, and I can quit the game and not feel like I'm, you know, I don't know, missing out. I think it's just better. I just like indie games more. But there are AAA games that are neat, but oh, what? Do you guys see this depth ordering stuff? What is going on? That's not supposed to happen. That's so weird. Oh god, am I gonna have to completely rebuild the shader now? Is it because these are also a regular sprite 3D? Let's figure this out. Maybe it's just a simple issue. I hope to God. So it's one of these ones. Which one is it? Let's see. So this guy right here. I mean, I don't really have anything super weird. Alpha cut. I mean, I can up the render priority, and that does kind of fix it. Like, I can just set it to 1. But then if this item is in front... Okay, no, it does work. I don't really want to have to do that on every single Sprite 3D. I mean, maybe I could just somehow, on all of the items, lower the render priority. I don't know how render priority works, though. Is it because of depth draw opaque? I mean, I don't think so, but I don't know. And my computer's dying again. I love running out of VRAM, guys. It's so epic. I don't even know like what to do anymore to lower my VRAM usage, because it's kind of just like this stuff I really don't think takes up much VRAM. Like closing it maybe saves me 500 megabytes, but it's not really that much of an impact. I might just have to somehow lower my streaming settings. I don't know anymore. But it's becoming kind of a problem. I can't change settings while I'm streaming. So that's super cool. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure something out. I bet if I did lower streaming res back to 1080p, that would probably fix it. So. But yeah. What did the washing machine change sides? Yeah, put it over here because the cork board is going to become more important. And there was a gap in the wall here anyways, so it's fine. Maybe we could sacrifice some delay for better VRAM. I don't know if that's how that works though. Like, would delaying the stream give me back more VRAM? I'll have to like research it and figure out what setting actually would improve my VRAM. Because there's a billion different things. There's stream delay time, you know, bitrate and color settings. I just don't know what's actually using the VRAM. Because it might even just be like downscaling or something is doing it. Well, actually, I'm not doing any downscaling since I am streaming at 1440. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Detective Clue Organizer, yeah. Yeah, the corkboard is going to get, like, we're going to be able to put notes down on it, and you can kind of, it's persistent across runs, so you don't, like, you can gather up notes and find things, and then you have a permanent space to organize and remember things. So, snooze that ad. I guess I'm just going to have to increase the depth order on every single Sprite 3D. Which really sucks, but it is what it is. It won't matter for most of these. Like, I don't really care if... I guess those ones are fine. It's really weird. I don't know why it's like just these two. Whatever, guys. It's fine. Okay. Well, this guy's kind of working, I guess. There's still a little bit of jankiness in his spawning animation. Well, the jankiness is that he doesn't have one. But I think the idea, I mean, it's not a huge problem because usually the only time that he... Oh, what? Why is he freaking out again? I thought I fixed his issue. I guess I did not. Hold on, guys. Back to the kobold. Yeah, why is he not, what is he doing? Is it like... He's not printing out in there. They're gonna start shooting at me. What is he doing? He's just freaking out. Time to buy $8,000 GPU. I know, I can't wait to spend every dime and penny I've ever earned from Starground. I do have a timer for him not being able to reach stuff. There's somewhere here where I was checking his speed, right here. So if it's less than speed divided by 3, you do speed divided by 2, that doesn't really fix the problem. So that's out. So what is he doing? Because he should have figured out by now that he can't reach the item. But it doesn't seem like he has. Let's print it out in here. So it is definitely running this code, but I think what's happening is he's in a weird position where he, Oh, locked up dude said stay alive. I'll kill you, yeah. I think I would like to get it set up so these guys kind of avoid you a little bit. I'll have to figure that out. What is he doing? So I think what's happening is it runs in here, does this stuff, and then immediately resets the timer right after over here. Okay. So I think instead of doing this, because it's a timer that's being set, let's print out what our can't reach timer is. Oh, and now he's gone. Okay. He's a funny guy. It's weird because it's really hard to test. It seems like most of the time that does not happen. So... weird. Also, does the same item stuff happen with these guys? No. Why is it only these sprites? I don't know why. Because these guys are fine. We don't have items clipping through. Weird. Well, I'm not sure what else to do about this funny little guy. I guess a timer wouldn't necessarily work then. I mean, lowering that does help. I guess instead of just immediately setting it to 0, we could just say plus delta. And then clamp it. Zero, 1. So that way, like, if you're down to this point and it's just alternating every frame, it adds on this frame, but then immediately gets set back to 0 on this frame. So I think that should kind of fix the issue. I'm not sure if it definitely will or not, but we'll find out. So we got an ad starting in a second. My apologies, gamers. Let's see what happens. Where is one? Hello, sir. I don't even see any kobolds now. There's a funny face guy. Should probably make it so those guys like stun you or something. Probably do that. Uh-oh. Forgot to close the hatch. Ow. Alright, then that hatch closes automatically. Okay, well hopefully the kobolds don't do that anymore. We'll have to observe their behavior. Now let's skip really quick and see. Also, I want to make sure that a new item spawning system is also working. You can see down here all the items that spawn. Eventually, it should start setting a cap on the amount of food and water items that can actually spawn. I mean, that guy seems normal. So we can see there's still a lot of food and water and stuff around. But as we keep going deeper and deeper, we'll start to see that's not the case. So here, just for testing, so I can make this easier, let's go into the code where hunger happens. I think is in world. Let's just search where hunger is. Add effect hunger. And I'm just gonna say elif not global.debug. Just that in debug mode we don't die of thirst. or hunger. And I want to get really deep into the maze and see the item spawning in action. I got the stuff set up now with spawning for items where, like, yeah, I can't remember if that was on stream or not, but there's now limits to how many spawn. So it shows all the things that get spawned in there. Also, for some reason, even if it returns an empty string, it still says 5 items spawned, which is not true. So let's find where it says items spawned. Oh, because that's just saying number of nodes in items. That's just not true. Okay. So let's go up here. We have this items generated thing. At the beginning here, we'll just set that to 0. And then whenever we say pick item something, let's get food. Clear objects. Not create item. It's like generate item, yeah. Is it? What is this? Chosen position. I don't use generate item anymore, I don't think, but... Right? No. I'm going to comment that out so it's not confusing. So get random item, this is where we actually do get a real item. So I'll just say if is empty, then we say items generated plus equals 1. It's not empty. So now I should actually know how many items spawn for real. So what should happen is initially we get a lot of food. And then later on, as we're in deeper levels, food becomes more and more scarce. So you're relying more on the pre-existing stash that you've already built up. Or trading, right? Becomes more important. And also, just the overall quantity of items that spawn should also start decreasing as well. Because I think I did inside of the table. If we didn't, then I should do that. Yeah, get random item. The chance of actually getting a real item or not should decrease. Excuse me. Okay, so this is the chance that an item gets returned. I want to actually modify this so that it decreases that or increases the chance for that to fail as difficulty increases. So I think I can just say difficulty, then say floor. And when that happens, I want to actually see what... I think we have somewhere in here where it says difficulty. Because difficulty starts at 1. So that'll be a 50-50 chance, and then as we descend, it keeps getting... Oh. How did that happen? He spawned right at the moment. Weird. We'll have to figure that out. Oh, I know what happened with that, actually. We'll fix that. Okay, so 9 items spawn. Difficulty is still 1.3. Might have to calculate a different metric for that. Just so that we keep getting less and less items. 8 items spawn. Difficulty is 1.5. I suppose we could just round it instead of flooring it. like that. So in that case, now it should be like a 1 in 3 chance. Let's check it out. So that had 11 items spawn, but also we're on a much larger map now. So you'll probably kind of almost start to notice us walking around fewer and fewer items. So let's see what that spawned. That spawned 1 eraser. Wine, sour, nut butter, almond milk. So it should be a maximum of 3 water and 3 food. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah. Then as we like descend down to the next level, it's going to be even more rare. Let's check it. So limit's still 3. Okay, that took a minute for some reason. Oh, it's because it immediately spawned it. So that did 20 items. But that was, again, a huge map. This is why I need to... I'll probably increase the factor on the difficulty thing a little bit. Okay, well that did better now. This is that same map, the compound, but only did 10 now. So, I mean, eventually it'll... the difficulty value starts to catch up. Because now the difficulty value is 2. But it's still been 2 for a long time. And since maps get larger, I want fewer and fewer. Let's calculate our own value. So we're going to say var spawn odds is equal to level. And let's go ahead and start graphing a plot for the odds here. So X represents level. We can start with like an initial value, like 5. Or actually, no, we do want it to increase. So initially it starts at 1 for level 1. And then we just want this to drop off, which we can do with a, to the power of a decimal. So at level, like, whatever we were on, level 6, the odds should be much lower, I feel like. At level 6, at 0.5, that would only be 2.4. So we could increase this, like, maybe 7.5. So that would be like a 1 in 4 chance for an item to spawn, which feels more fair. And once you get up to level, like, 10, it's like 1 in 6, which is pretty rare. So I think we'll do something like that. So level to the power of 0.75. And now we can use this inside of our spawn odds. Actually, I'll just do this. And I'll print in here. Let's not worry about that. Alright. I think that'll work much better now. Also say what I spawned. Alright. And I only want to do that if it's not empty right here. Okay. Yeah, you can also see like you're getting much less food, right? There's only 2 food items and 1... Actually, let's see. What is the limit set to? Yeah, 2. So you have a smoothie, a drink, 1, 2. So 2 food items did spawn, but it's a hard cap, so you don't get like 5 spawning in later levels, which I think is a good idea. And it gets harder and harder too, right? So it's like, eventually it just becomes more difficult even if there is food in the maze to find it and bring it back. So... And then the next thing I want to do in terms of like the spawning difficulty is we set up more intelligent map spawning now, so that's working. I'm gonna sneeze. Sour candy. But I'd like to do some smart spawning with entities as well. Because right now, actually, did we do the smart entity spawning? I think we might have already done that. Yeah, I kind of did. Never mind. Well, I did partially. Right now, one issue is that it's like kind of just a chance. It does... Whoa. Thank you very much. It still spawns these guys all in equal amounts, and there's no, like, caps and stuff on how many actually spawn. What I wanted to do was a different kind of system where each entity would have, like, a maximum density, or just a target density that they spawn at. So, for example, let's say that we have a map and we're spawning in Ares, right? We can keep track of how many, like, tiles we've iterated over. So let's say that we have, or just that's the chance of them spawning, right? So if we have, like, 50 tiles or whatever, let's say we have 50 of these guys. And Ares has, like, a 1 in 20 chance to spawn. So what this would mean is that every 20 tiles, he has a 1 in 20 chance to spawn. That kind of thing. So it'd just be a way that we can kind of more precisely control the density of entities, because really the problem is not how many spawn. It's more so how densely do they spawn. Because, like, kobolds, for example, you could have a lot more of them and it wouldn't feel weird. But if you had, like, 20 areas in one maze, all right next to each other, that's when it kind of becomes a problem. So it's more about, like, really controlling that density of entity spawns than anything. And then I can kind of scale those densities depending on, like, our difficulty level, I think is how we would do it. Something like that. Let me look at some of the other things I've been wanting to do. Yeah, I do want to get the crafting stuff started, which we could probably do now. I think that entity system will kind of... I want to make sure it's actually the move I want to make. It's, so I think I'm going to sit down and think about that more before I just start ramming into it head first. 20 areas I'm starting to run. Yeah, no, I feel it. Right, that's the thing, is I think it's sometimes it just feels very unfair. Because you have, like, entities... Because, like, if you have a massive maze, then yeah, it's fine to have 20 areas because they're all spaced apart so far that it doesn't feel like there's too many. The problem really is just the... Yeah, just having too many all close to each other in one area is, I think, the real problem. So let's see. I want to do the crafting stuff, I think. Hello, good sir. How are you doing today? Also, one thing I need to fix with him really quick is he doesn't get despawned for some reason when you leave. Well, not for some reason. I mean, I know why. But I just have to add him to group maze clear. So right here, doorman add to group maze clear. So there we go. So now he should go away. I wonder if this one then just keeps falling forever. He's hanging on just on the edge of my elevator. All right. So it'd be funny if I actually got out of my creative mode, he would just start killing me. Yeah, obviously that's not a good thing, so now he should actually despawn. I think he fell. Yeah. All right. I want to do the crafting stuff because it's been long enough, and I want to add in more items and tools and gizmos that you can actually craft. So I think we're going to start on that now. First thing that we're going to do is I want to create a compass object, just so that we can start like testing a real crafting recipe. We'll worry about functionality of this probably later, but let's just create something here. Now, in terms of how this actually functions, I'll have to think about it. Because I'll have to do, like, some kind of weird shader or something. I'm not sure yet. But anyways, compass. Let's see if there's, like, a cool, epic Russian compass or something. Not really. They're all pretty standard. Also, I have to do the annoying thing. And of course, my opacity is stupid. All right. That looks to be the center right there. So let's have a couple little like opacity things extending from the edges. Then we're gonna do another circle in the center here. Actually, a couple more. Because we're gonna do like a 36 circle probably. Maybe a 38 pixel circle. What's the keybind to move it? Just to move selection. I know there is one. Oh, it's Alt. Yeah, let's try again. So before I place it down, I can position like this. Okay, that's too big. Let's do 36. It's really weird how it like snaps like that. That's fine though. All right. Then we're gonna have another smaller one. I think right there. Yeah. All right. So this will be black. This will be white. And this will be metal. And we'll anti-alias and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'd like some bits on this stuff to be a little like rusty. And maybe same on like this, it can be dingy in some areas. Maybe not that dingy though. Even not that much. Let's kind of tip this more yellowy. I don't want this compass to look all new and fancy, you know? Alright. Now we're gonna do, actually let's copy this color and then just do... So let's make an obvious N. So I might have to do like, yeah. North. Just keep going along. West. East. Oops. Ooh. That is correct. Whatever. Well then, this one has to be increased to match. Oh, it's not go hard? Yeah, dude. It's pretty epic. And then south. All right. Let's do a little bit of anti-aliasing and stuff. And then we need a little needle in the center. Now, I'm still thinking about how I'm going to do that part, though, right? Because it has to be, like, a separate object, I guess? I'm not sure yet. Because the needle's going to have to change its position. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Sure, I'm trying to think. I guess I'll just have to have like a separate scene or something specifically for this. So I can have another sprite that overlays on top. I think it's maybe possible. I'll probably just create a new tag inside of the items table for like a scene override. It's not exactly what I want, but I don't know what else to do here. Unless I just create inside of the item scene just a node specifically for the compass, which would be okay. Because we've got this guy. So I could just duplicate this. Put it under that one. Call it... compass needle. So let's try swapping this out for the compass now. And it's going to be a quite large compass, but I want to make sure that it's easy to read. So... so let's save this as compass. I mean, maybe it's too big, but I'm not sure yet. We'll see. I mean, I don't want it to look stupid. Oh, right. That one doesn't actually matter. It's this guy. I think it'll be okay. All right, then we got this one over here. Where's the material? There it is. Make it unique. Local scene. So this one's now going to have a different texture. Let's create that. I guess I'll have to like... actually, how am I going to do this? Because I can't just rotate it that way. Unless I can. I might be able to. Let's experiment here. Gosh dang opacity. I'm sick and tired of the way opacity is handled in Krita. Tell you what, boy. All right. Good enough. I would make it pointed, but I don't know how I'm going to do that. I guess I could do something like this. That would probably be okay. Oops. Let's make it rusted. Let's try that. So what we're gonna do is keep this centered, this sprite. So half of it is 11, so we want this to be 22 tall. And that'll make sure that it, like, stays, yeah, that should work. Save it. Compass needle. PNG. Alright, I have no idea if this is gonna work. Let's give it a try. Okay, it also replaced this one, didn't it? Thought I said make unique. God dang it. Now this one's just invisible. Why? It's because it doesn't have a texture? Maybe. I guess that's what it was. Weird. Okay, let's try this again. So we also have to set this one then to the needle. All right, so that's where it is. I don't like how it like clips in, but we could probably do a render priority. Maybe to -1. We can figure this out. Shaded. Actually, none of that stuff's gonna do anything. It's pretty wacky. Also, let's see what happens when I rotate it. Nothing. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's annoying. I mean, we could potentially make the compass a 3D object. I don't really want to. But unless what I do is make it a viewport texture and make the compass a separate viewport that has these sprites stacked on each other. Which is definitely a possibility. Let's look into that. And this, it doesn't matter what it is, but just set it to water. Oops. Okay, I want to figure out if we can do this, so let's go into our items table. I'm gonna have another tag that's override scene. And it'll just be empty. Ah. Actually, it'll be null. Then let's copy this. This is going to be MG item compass. And then sprites, compass. And I want to see, we can probably do now override scene. Because we have item 2D, we can kind of just copy that now. I mean, it's not ideal, but I don't know what else we can do. Unless what we do is, instead of doing a whole new override scene, we just give it a special, oh man. Like doing a canvas override scene, or just doing a, like, passing in a sub viewport, which is another possibility. I don't know how this is gonna work, but let's just mess around with it. And it's gonna complain that doesn't exist. Hold up. So we can just create a scene, make it a type of sub viewport. But then it's a scene that has to be instantiated. Man, how's this gonna work? Ugh, I don't know. I'll look into that another time, but I think for now, I'm just gonna not worry about it. And we're just gonna check the ID and change it depending on what the ID is. It's not perfect, but it'll get the job done. And that's what I care more about right now, so we'll get the compass. Compass. And then in ready, what we can do is, instead of setting that to sprite, we say sub viewport. Like, you can do a sub viewport texture or whatever. This one. .new. And then you just path to the node path. So if item ID is equal to, I don't remember what the IDs for the items are. Is it still MG? MG item compass. So let's go over to that. Otherwise, if it's not the compass, I actually want to just queue free the sub viewport so it's not sitting around. So let's do this. Then here we just say texture. Texture's that. So we create the viewport texture. Then we say var texture is that. Oops. And then we say texture dot path, viewport path is equal to, and then get the path. I guess like that? How does this work? It was relative to the local scene route. All right. So that should work. Then now I can just set that as the texture. Cool. And then I'll just create a script exclusive to the needle. So that this doesn't run for every single item. And then we're just going to get the rotation of if global.active camera, we say rotation is equal to global rotation dot y. And that's in terms of, is rotation actually degrees? No, it's radians, so we can just keep that like that. All right, so this is what we have. This is our sub viewport. We want to say transparent background like that. Then we can position the compass properly. So the position should be just half of its size like that. Now this is what we have. And then the needle, bearing -1, go grab the needle. Then we can look at it again. Can't see the needle for some reason. Position is 0. Oh. Alright, it's the other way. Okay, now we just offset the position of the needle like 4 pixels down or something. And I think that's it. So hopefully this doesn't do any filtering. I mean, it should just do nearest, but... Okay, there we go. I don't think it's actually going to look wonky like this. I've noticed weird stuff with the way sub-viewports work, where it looks like it's going to look bad, but then it doesn't actually render at that resolution, so we'll just see what it looks like. And that's going to set its rotation. Alrighty. So let's give this a try. And I should be able to just spawn one in. Okay. So it does show the sprite on the bottom. But for some reason, the texture is just evil. So I wonder why that is. Viewport texture. Oh, to get a viewport texture in code, use viewport.getTexture. I can just do that. Well, that's much easier. Now, I don't know if this has to be updated continually or how this works. I don't really know. I might have to update this every single frame that the needle actually changes. Possibly. Because I just don't know if it's like, you give it that reference in the shader and then it keeps updating, or if this needs to be like regenerated every single frame. I have no idea. Nope, we're good. So now this works really well. It shows which direction is south and north. So I think this will be a big help. The only downside is it doesn't show up in the hotbar, the needle, just because the needle's not actually a part of the sprite of the compass, but it's a minor problem. It did warp the texture a little bit. You can see it's very bumpy. So it looks like what we're seeing in the sub viewport is actually real. So honestly, I don't know why it's all weird, because it should be perfectly lined up in the center. And it's the same resolution as the viewport, so you'd think it would be okay. But I guess it just doesn't really work like that. You can do like snapping. And it helps a little bit. But it's still just slightly like messed up. We could do oversampling, which doesn't seem to do anything. The other option is just increasing the size of the viewport really big, and then downscaling. Let's see what's going on. We're working on getting a compass item set up. It's a little quirky. Use XR. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. Oversampling does not work. So just turn it off. Rendering. Don't want any of that. Canvas items, I could set the default filter to nearest. But it's like the pixels are misaligned. So what's happening right here is the texture is like a little messed up. It looks totally like this is what it should look like, but there's just a couple pixels that are being like cut off. You can see west and east are really hard to read. So I'm just trying to figure out what I can do to stop that from happening. Because it's basically like it's being pixel perfect. Yeah, that is Krita. Krita's been pretty nice to use. The only thing I don't like in it is the opacity, because it seems like it just keeps resetting itself, and I don't know what's going on. It's very annoying. I'm going to re-import the compass as lossless. Oh. Yeah, that actually fixes it. I think that's correct. Yeah. Okay. So it's just the way that the image was formatted, I suppose. Alright, cool. So now we got a working compass. Oops, I accidentally saved it with the needle on it. Hold on. Dang it, let me... What is going on? Greta? Okay. And also I want to add a little color variation to the background in here. Just a little bit. Oops. Just so it doesn't look like a perfect, clean compass, you know? Let's remove that layer now. Oh, I did those changes on that layer. Let's just merge down. That should be better. Just gives a little more texture. Alright, but this actually does work pretty well. And yeah, like I was saying, the only downside is it doesn't update live on your hotbar, but I think it's okay for now. I would like to make the items following your hand now a little bit more like... Maybe I'll make it so the compass specifically like snaps to your field of view so it doesn't like stutter so much. I'm not sure. I don't have any normal maps set up for items or anything yet. I think that would be a cool thing to do in the future, but the like appearance of all these sprites and stuff is not 100% set in stone, so I don't want to start drawing a bunch of normal maps and then they become completely obsolete. So I'm gonna wait on that. But maybe eventually it'd be cool. Yeah, this works. One thing though I want to do is probably make it so it doesn't work when you're not holding the item. So it just remembers the last rotation of what it was and then stops. And is there a way for me to check, or I can just say and that and that? So now we can see it'll only actually rotate when held by the player. Although it doesn't seem to be working. So if global.player, if their held item is us, then rotation should be that. But it doesn't work. Held item. Why would it not be that? Really odd. don't know what else the held item would be marked as right now. Let's see. Oh, duh. I have to say, not self, owner. Okay, there we go. So now if you drop it, it's not gonna be updating for no reason. Yeah. So yeah, I think that works pretty well. It'll just be a good little kind of way to keep track of where you are in the maze. Because now I'm walking this direction and I know that I'm moving south. And then this direction is north. So, it should work. I purposely kept the design of it really simple because I don't want it to be too hard to read. I could have like made it look more realistic with like the north and south and all that jazz, but I think it's just better this way. It's like obvious instantly that like, oh yeah, it's pointing south this way. You know? Alright, so we have an item that we can craft now. This is where we can start creating recipes. So let's go into our world script and we can add a recipe for it. Let me go add this in the changelog really quick. Okay. Oh man, I am so freaking sore. Ow. Oh. Even my legs are just goop. All right. Let's see. I think. Okay, recipe crafting. So what we're going to do is create a list of all the possible recipes. And we could even do a dynamic recipe generation on the notes, which would be pretty freaking cool. Because it could just read the list of all of the recipes in the game and just choose one to generate. We'll have to figure out how we can like set up the UI so that it's automatic on the notes. But it would be pretty neat. So let's just go copy a table, like the items table. Call it a recipe table. I'll call it recipes table. Because it's not just one recipe. I usually just make all the tables plural because they are. I get rid of all those and all of these. Not every single item is gonna have a crafting recipe, like food probably won't, so it doesn't really make sense to have one. So li recipe compass, or not li, lured in. Oops. Deadlift DL. So it's just gonna have two tags, really. Input, which is gonna be a list, and output, which actually can also be a list. I mean, why not let it support that, you know? I'm gonna make it so that there is a potential for a crafting recipe to generate multiple items, because there might be a good time to do that. And then this is just going to be filled with more sub-dictionaries with a ID and an amount. So we're going to do mg.item.metal scrap. Thank you for the cheese time, Season Rights. And hydrate. Thank you very much. The amount is 1. And I want to keep most of these recipes very straightforward. We're not going to go crazy with this stuff. Because also, like, it's a lot of work to bring items back. So, you know, you really have to be strategic about what you're crafting anyways. Then output is going to be G-item compass. So what else do we want this compass to take to craft? Because obviously metal scrap. What other items do we have? We do have stone, but that doesn't make sense. I don't want it to be, like, too difficult to craft, because, I mean, you know. There's wood scrap. Just for now, we could also throw in some wood scrap. But we can balance this later, right? I think I just called it wood scrap, right? Yeah. Alright, so those two things produce a compass. So now we can go set up the code to actually check for our crafting. So the way that we're going to do this is similar to the way we've already done this with object clearing outside of the maze. I am going to add a new area 3D into the world. And we're going to call this Crafto, or just crafting region. This is going to have a collision shape assigned. Make it a box. It's 1 by 1 by 1 for now. Let's get it positioned inside of the crafter. So just something like that. It's gonna just check the area inside of the crafting machine for items. And that's literally it. So this is gonna have let's do a mask of 5 for items. Doesn't need to be monitorable. Then inside of here, where we say, like, we press the crafter button right here, it does all this stuff. So at the end of it, we want to say, wait 5 seconds. This is where everything ends. And I'm just going to say craft end on this. Function craft end. We set crafter shake to 0. And this is where we loop through everything set of crafting region. So for item and get overlapping bodies, we say if item is an item. Well, no, I know it's an item because it's, yeah, I don't have to worry about that. It's on the item collision layer. All right, then we're just going to loop through all the recipes. So for recipe in what recipes table, which I haven't created yet. Let's go do that. All this, the recipes table. Okay, so I was going to load in the recipes table, then back inside of here. Going to move this right next to the crafter button just so it's easier. And this is going to return a dictionary. Or actually, technically, it's a string. Alright. Oh, man. So var recipe is mobile.recipes table.get recipe ID. Now we're going to loop through. I know it's a lot of loops, but it's fine. We have to. I don't know how else we would check. We're just trying to see if there's any valid recipe, and then the first one we find, we create. So the only thing that's potentially an issue is if, like, well, I'm gonna make sure that the item amounts match up exactly. So yeah. So let's do this. Let's just have a couple different checks. If here, let's do this. Also, we don't have to do for item and items, I realized. Let's actually get rid of that and loop through each recipe. So if items.size is equal to recipe.input, then we know that the inputs, like, we have the correct number of items. Well, instead of doing if, let's do not equal to that. We say continue. Input.size. Snooze the add. So now we loop through for item and items. Oops. And we're gonna say how do we check? Let's go up here and have a list of like item IDs, maybe. I'm trying to think of how this is gonna work. Because there's a lot of ways you could check this. I'm just thinking of the most optimal, easiest way. So we're looping through each recipe. If it doesn't match, then just return. Now we're gonna loop through each of those. Well, it should be fine to just check if it has any of those items in the list. Because if it's just one of the same items and they both have it, we know that the size must be equal, so it should work out. Like if we have a recipe that's like 2 stone, it'll just check twice. Yeah, there's stone, and also the size is set to 2, so I know that won't work, because what if you throw... Oh no, because then it will... No, that doesn't work. Yeah, never mind. Wonder how I do this in Starground. It's been a long time. So you can't just check if it has it. Maybe we can just get the counts of each item and see if it matches up to the counts in each of our IDs, you know? That's probably just going to be the easiest way to do this, to be honest. So item counts as a dictionary. And then we say if item counts.has does not have our item ID, then item counts item ID is equal to 1. Else we say item counts item ID is equal to that plus 1. Okay, so now we have a list of every item in there and how many there are. So we can just loop through and make sure that the quantities match. And I think that should work. So now we just say for I and actually we only have to do this once per craft instead of doing it every single time. So we can just do this. Yeah. All right. Now we say for input in recipe dot, is it inputs? or output. Input, okay. And then if item counts dot has okay, so let's do this. If it has input.id, or if it doesn't have it, we say break, so it's invalid. Or really we say wait, what if you call break inside of this? Is that gonna break everything? I don't remember. Because that one will continue this current for loop. I imagine this will just break the for loop it's inside of, but I don't really know. We'll figure it out. So if it doesn't have the ID, we break. Otherwise, we know it has the ID, so we say if item counts at index input.id is equal to, right, input.amount, or if it's not equal to that amount, then we also break. And in any of those cases, we know that it's invalid. Then down here we say, well, I guess in both those cases, we just say invalid is true. Then we say right here, var valid is false. So then finally, if invalid, if it's not invalid, we know that it's a proper recipe, so we can break our recipe list. And this is where we do all the stuff. Recipe is valid and generate item. So first off, we loop through everything inside of our items. We say item.queueFree. So we delete all the items, and then we just generate an item. So we can say global.world.create item. And we're going to do for item in recipe.output. Create item with ID. Item.id, and for location right now, let's just say vector2.0, but we'll probably change that, or vector3.0, whatever. Okay, so hopefully this works. We're gonna have to do a bunch of testing. Let's find out what happens. Alrighty. Mine is really itchy. Let's load in and see. So I'll give myself metal scrap, wood scrap. I just want to test a bunch of different things like blueberries. Then back in here, if it's not valid, I just want to print out invalid recipe. Right, so we're going to throw everything in and see what happens. It should be invalid, right? So we hit the button, it's going to do its thing, and then it should say that everything it was invalid and did not work. So we can see nothing happened because the item count was too high. So we're good there. But now if we just throw the two things in, this should be successful. And it should generate a compass at 0, 0. It did not, though. It said it's an invalid recipe. So we got to figure out why. So why is that? Let's print out what item counts are to make sure that it's properly listing out everything that's in there. Okay. So it shows one of each one, which is correct. But it's putting in not the item ID. It's putting in the item as the item ID. So we have to say var item ID is item.item ID. That's what's going on here. Let's try this again. There we go. So it did delete the items, but I don't see a compass at 0. Actually, what could have happened is that it just, the compass technically spawned in the ground. So let's say 0 plus vector 3, 0, 1, 0, just temporarily to see if that's what happened here. Now let's generate all our stuff again. So let's try this again. Yeah, I think that's what happened, is that it dropped it down. So yeah, seems like it works. We're gonna have it shoot out of here, right, instead of just obviously spawning there. So we can do that now. So we can have it generate whatever that point is right there. Which we can go define in here. Let's just add another thing, a node 3D, and just call this crafter put, just so we have a position that this outputs at. Then we just line this up over here. I don't think it has to be absolutely perfect. We'll see, because I don't know if this thing's gonna collide. I'm not really sure. If it does collide a bunch, we might have to kind of reposition this. Hopefully this will work. So now, when we generate this item, I think this should return a reference to the item, which it does. And let's call this output item. I'm going to call that item data. Just call that item. Item data. So we can now reference that item. First things first, item dot global position is the crafter output node dot global position. So that'll set it to the proper position. And then we say item dot linear velocity is vector 3. And we have to figure out the direction here. So it's going to be negative z. Or negative x, I mean. -1, 0, 0. Let's see if that works. And we'll have to restart because we added a new node. And we'll add in sounds and stuff to make this explain to the player what they did right or wrong. Alrighty, and probably a little LED too. All right, Let's see if this works. Should shoot at an item out of this output here. Okay, it did create the item in there, but it doesn't seem like it really squoze through it. So let's try again. I think it might be because it's just colliding with everything. Like, could be that, or it just needs more velocity. I'm pretty sure it's going in the right direction. And I might have to potentially increase the size of that opening a little bit, because if it's like clipping on the wall in there, it might not actually go through. Oh, it is sliding. It's just, I think I'm just not giving it enough velocity. It's up that to like -10 or something. Ideally, it just kind of like pops out onto the table here. That would be nice if it just goes like, we'll see. Let's get that one out of the way. Whoa. I mean, I kind of like it going that fast over to the other table, but let's try lowering the velocity. So there's at 5. Let's see how this goes. Oh, it's like right there. Let's do -6, and I think it'll fall out. I mean, you do a little bit more testing on this too. Put different items in, just make sure that it's not gonna classify those as like being a part of this. Okay, so that's like a little bit too much, I guess. You really have to get a very specific velocity going on this. So 5 isn't enough and 6 is too much. I think it's because there's a lot of friction that it has trying to come out of there. So possibly we might have to like, I don't know, do something a little different. Okay, I think we just make it go really fast. Because I'm worried that I don't want it to get stuck in there. So it's either like that, or we just temporarily make it not collide with the floor when we first spawn it in like that, which is an option. But I think it's fine for it to shoot out over here. So that works. Oh, if it's an invisible wall. I could do that, but it's kind of... Also, fifth function, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What are we up to today on your stream? I would do an invisible wall, but the only issue with that is then like other items would collide with it, so I'd have to only have it colliding for a moment, but then the timing with that is really weird. So the other option is just to make it not collide with this, or even like animate it coming out and then just stop the animation so it drops. Like I could do like a tween. Have some markers, thank you very much. Or I got a new game in my engine. Oh, nice. That's awesome. I'm doing your own engine, yeah. That's cool stuff. You're always welcome to drop any links and stuff if you've got anything. Yeah, that's really cool. What language are you doing that in then? Yeah, I always thought it would be kind of fun to make my own engine, but I just don't even know how I would like do that. Maybe. Whoa, and too much tomato. Thank you very much for the raid. Got 2 raids back to back. What's going on? Welcome in. JavaScript. Okay, nice. Yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Let's check this out. Oh, so this is just in browser. That's pretty neat. Whoa. Presume this is like water. Pretty neat generation. Can't see anything up there. So yeah, it looks like you've got like some distance fog stuff set up. Yeah, nothing, it just ground so far. No, it's cool though. This to me is, I mean, conceptually I understand, but like, I have no idea how you would go about like rendering this stuff. Like that to me is very crazy. I imagine that would be quite difficult. Yeah, you got to change the color of your horizon level because when you're on the white snow peaks, it looks like there's no floor. It's like, but no, this is really cool though. I like the vibe you got going on here. Oh, okay, you can just fly. Nice. Sun will set if you wait a bit. No, yeah, okay. Let's see. Video edits for my game. Talk about participating in Steam Detective Fest. Ah, nice, yeah. Fests are really huge for games on Steam. Next Fest is a massive one that I think everybody should do. Oh, fell through the floor. No, this is really cool though. Yeah, that's neat. I'll definitely have to I'll have to check it out one of these times. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. We've been just working on my game Deadlift today. Right now we're getting a crafting system set up so you can give yourself, I mean, obviously this isn't part of the game, but it's just for testing. Throw items in here, press a button, crafted item comes out. Pretty straightforward. But yeah, it works though. That one bounced off. Yeah, I'll probably tween the item position so it like just comes out and then drops. I think would be better. Dithering is looking nice. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't create this dithering shader, but I do think it looks pretty nice. There's for anybody that uses Godot Shader's website is pretty epic. So, you know, there's so many frickin' shaders on here. It's awesome. I love just looking through here and just like, you know, like this shader right here. There's just a billion. Also, they implemented a new epic thing called live preview, which is awesome. So sometimes it takes a second to load, but it's really cool. And now you can actually preview all the shaders before you even put them in. Yeah, all these shaders are free. Most of them are CC0, so you can modify or you know, do whatever you want. And then I think some of them are MIT. But yeah, really epic. Let's see, sleep time. Ah, yeah, no worries. Thanks so much for coming in, Fifth Function. Do appreciate it. You're gonna make me want to switch to Godot even more. I've really enjoyed Godot. It just seems like it just keeps getting better and better, you know? I don't know. But it's definitely a very solid engine. And I love how much, like, community stuff there is, like Godot shaders. I mean, I know that, like, Unity and other engines have, like, marketplaces, and it's cool. But I love not paying for anything. Godot has a very good culture around making things completely free, which is very nice. Because it makes it really easy. You don't have to spend any money. But yeah, Godot does have a built-in tweening library, and it works really well. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is... Oh, it does actually work in the preview thing. So yeah, that's what it looks like. I love that they added this, because it lets you change the parameters like live like this. It's really convenient. Because I can just go to literally any shader now on the platform. And test it, which is crazy. Like this shader, we can just go down here and there it is. And some of these don't work because the way that you have to set them up is kind of specific. Like with this God Ray shader, this doesn't work because it has to be on like a color rect node. But for most of these things, it does work pretty well. Like I bet this would work. This one does not seem to be working. Yeah, I mean, this thing's kind of a hit or miss. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But when it does work, it's pretty epic. But yeah. Also, let's see, Too Much Tomato. Yeah, if you got any links or anything for a game that you want to show off, you're totally welcome to throw those in. Yeah, I got stuff like this would probably this would probably work in the previewer. Well, now I look like a fool. Oh, no, it does work. It just has the shine progress variable. I see. So you can change that to whatever you want. Yeah, pretty cool. Oh, let's go. You got a Steam. Let's check it out. Oh, nice. It's pretty awesome. I like what you got going on here. Yeah. Yeah, the art stuff you got going on is really neat. I like that you have, it's almost like I'm trying to think of like what shader this is. It's almost like Kuwahara shader or something like that. I'm not really sure. It looks really cool though. Nice. Yeah, it's really cool. We've also got some of that like 2D, 3D mixed media stuff going on with Deadlift. Like all the items in this game are 2D and the trees. I think it's always kind of a nice, a cool way to do things. Because something that's actually really great about this too is like we have so much more experience working on 2D assets. It's honestly a big time save being able to do 2D stuff like this. So yeah, all pre-rendered sprites. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I've done a little bit of pre-rendered stuff before like that, like model things out in Blender and then render them out. It's definitely a neat way to do it. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Right now on this game, it's just me and one other person that's drawing the entity sprites and a couple of the different items and stuff. I just drew this up really quick today. It's nothing special. And the chalk here and the eraser. I've been doing all the modeling, programming, sound stuff. Yeah, it's coming along. You can draw with this chalk, like this. And then I can erase it if I want to. But yeah, this is a horror game. You travel, oh, there's guys. You explore, find items, and essentially just go for as long as you can. I always forget that I have a hotbar now. But yeah, just two-man team. It's coming along. We've been working on this for, I think, 3 months, I suppose. A lot of that time has been just, like, sort of a waste. Because we've been just spending a lot, like, trying to think about the kind of, like, vibe we're going for, like, what the game is. But I think we've pretty much settled on that now, so things are moving. Close that dialog. I always forget to close it. Yeah, it definitely is coming along. Uh-oh. Forgot to close the hatch. I have it set to a really fast timer right now. This guy's funny. Don't hurt me. Ow. Let's get out of here. Okay. Yeah, we're just working on crafting. We're gonna get it set up so you can find like recipes around inside of the maze. So I should do Dana Jam in March. Yeah, Dana Jam's pretty fun. I did both 1 and 2. I think it's a fun time. Yeah, what were the games I did for that? I guess I have to log in again. Let me log in really quick. I'm trying to remember what my password and stuff was. It's been a while. Hopefully it's that. Yeah, we're good. Let's see, when is the next one? That's in 46 days. But yeah, I think it's a good time. Adagon has been working a lot on the website, so it's pretty cool stuff. It's definitely come very far from where it started. So you've got like achievement stuff in it now. There's a music player. There's a whole bunch of things. So But yeah, I did this twice. We got this one and wherever the other one is. It's not going to be in here. I just go to my games. Here it is. These were the two that I've done in the ODA category. And I guess, did I win both times? I guess so. Yeah, it's always a fun, like, I like jams. It's just a good excuse to work on a little project every once in a while. And explore different ideas. Like this game, one of the things I wanted to do is all the graphics are pre-rendered in Blender. So the game is 2D. It doesn't really look like it's 2D, but that's kind of the entire idea, right? Is I wanted to like see if I could emulate a 3D style by just doing 2D pre-rendered stuff. And I think it worked out pretty well. There's a couple challenges that comes with doing that because like, you know, trying to like do depth in a 2D scene when everything's pre-rendered like is hard. But then Cool Keeper was another one. This is like one of the first 3D games that I've actually like done for real. So the whole idea with this one is I just wanted to learn how to do 3D in Godot. And yeah, I think it turned out okay. This game does have some balancing issues for sure. Maybe one day I'll come back to this and, you know, update it and fix all of its issues. But it was just a good little experiment, I think. Because I've never really done, like, importing 3D models into Godot. So that was, like, there's a lot of learning involved in this one. But yeah. Needs to work, someone needs to dethrone you as NEA champion. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if I'm going to be doing the next one. It's always hard to say because I've got a lot of things stacked up that I'm working on. Because we've got Deadlift here. We've got Lured In, another game, and also Starground, which is the game that I have out on Steam. So trying to juggle 3 projects and a jam all at once might be a little tricky. So I'll have to see. I'm probably leaning more toward not doing it right now, just because it's gonna be hard to squeeze it in. I'm already pretty tapped out on free time as it is, but I don't know. Things might change. Projects get finished. I'm not sure. I mean, let's see. It's only like 40 days until the jam. It's like March, right? It's not really that far away. Yeah, I'll just have to see how things go. I have no idea. Because that also might overlap on Steam sales, too, that I need to get done. It was always pretty reasonable to do when I was just working on Starground, but now with all the other stuff going on, it's a little more complicated. But yeah, if you're thinking about it, I think it's a pretty fun jam. I like ODA. It's good to like doing ODA. It kind of forces you to do a lot of things that like you don't normally do if you work in a team, right? Because like for ODA, I had to do all of the music and stuff, which I don't typically do. So it was kind of a good it's all just a good learning experience. Yeah, definitely check it out if you're thinking about it. I would highly recommend it. The 2 jams that I usually ever do now are Dana Jam and GMTK. Is still a really good one. I think those are like the only 2 that are actually good. I mean, there's like random ones that you find on itch and stuff, and those are fine. There's a lot of neat ones, but in terms of the more mainstream ones, Ludum Dare, however you say it, is kind of has a lot of problems now. It is fun, but there's only one person running the entire thing. So it's I remember last year or something, there was just a whole lot of issues with like their servers or something, or they weren't paying for them. I can't remember the entire controversy, but all I know is problems. Yeah. How was that spawned outside? Oh, I guess it just was on the rim, and then yeah. It does indeed, yeah. It is fun, though. I did it one time a while ago in university. It was a good time. Almost every jam is a good time. I mean, there's not really any that I've done that I thought were bad in retrospect, but, you know. Let's see, anyways. Yeah, so crafting does work. The next thing now is we have to make it so you can actually find the recipes for the crafting, because I can't just add in a mechanic and expect people to figure it out. As we'll try to check in again soon. Yeah, good to meet you. I'm heading off to bed. Yeah, thanks so much for coming in and sending the link and stuff. I'll give you a follow. Yeah, it's much appreciated. Game's looking good. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's coming along. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. And thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. I'll have to hop into one of your streams sometime and check out what you got going on. So let's see. Recipe note system. I'm kind of debating right now. I'm split between, do I want the notes to be a 3D item like this one, or do I want them to be 2D, right? Because I could honestly definitely see doing it as a 2D item, and you're gonna have to pick it up and move it around anyways. So honestly, maybe that's the play. It would just be a 2D item. We'd kind of set it up like we did with the compass, where it has its own sub viewport because it's got some custom behaviors. I don't know. Maybe that's the play. It would probably work out. Just processing my brain. Is there any other way? I mean, 3D's fine, but yeah, it's not really a great way to do it. Because then it's a thing of like, well, how do you rotate it properly and all that garbage? I think we probably just do 2D. And then we're gonna have to implement a saving system for those notes. Which hopefully won't be too bad. I just have to kind of integrate it into the user settings, which we already have set up anyways. So it'll probably be fine. Well, let's get started. I guess we'll go ahead and draw a note, which I don't know if we've done one yet or not. I have no idea. I don't even know. It'll probably be 50 by 50. I don't think we do outlines for any of these, no. Let me look at what a paper note looks like. I mean, it should be pretty easy. It's just going to be a piece of paper, so... Right now, we'll just worry about having preset ones, but someday I'd also like to do ones that you can write your own custom text onto. Because it would be kind of cool. Just something like this. I don't know. God dang it. Krita and its stupid freaking opacity. And maybe this side would be curled up a little bit. So we would have it sort of like that. Let's just do some basic shading stuff. I'll change these colors later. Let's see, so if it's curled up on the corner there, it'd be almost like this. And this would be cast into shadow. We're going to change the colors here, but it's just experimentation. This side can stay out. Probably do a little bit of shading around some of these areas. Maybe one of these corners curls over. So like this one. So that would go from this corner to this corner like that. Probably. Actually, it might be a little less like... It's more like that. It's hard to say. I guess the issue is... There we go. Then this would be more like cut out. Song is crazy. Yeah, I know. What is this song? Deep cover. That'll work. And then we'll redo the colors on all this stuff. And it's also going to have the pin right here. Which will be red. Let's do a little grid so I can kind of tell where the center is. 10, 20, 30. So it'll be in this grid. A little too big. So like right there. And then this will have to be, let's see. I guess something kind of like this. So it looks like a pin. Alright. I think this will work, and then let's change the colors here. Gmail? Does this look like Gmail? Let's brighten this color up. I don't really want the contrast here to be too crazy. Should be like just enough to kind of tell that it's got some shading. Maybe there's like a crease right here or something, I don't know. See, if there was a crease here, then this should be like in. Let's just start there. So now we can put text in here. Might even do a couple different variations, possibly. Just to spice it up. But we'll think about that another time. Alright, so back into here, we're going to call the subviewport compass. Get this reference here. Like that. So now we're going to check. If item ID is equal to mg.item.note. Then we're going to duplicate this down. Call this note. Put a note on there, and we'll put a rich text label on top. Otherwise, here we say note.queueFree, texture is equal to note.getTexture. Alrighty. And we're also going to have to know like what the data is inside of this note. which is another thing. So I might have like another thing that's just data, so that I can store this if needed. And that'll get saved inside of our save system. How's it going? It's going good. We got a bunch of things done in Deadlift so far. I got the doorman working, crafting, and now I'm working on the note system. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm using a funny little guy called a sub viewport. Then I'm going to put this texture in of the note right here into here. And then I should be able to just paste text onto it. And what this lets us do is keep the note as a regular 2D item. So I think it'll work out. So now I can just put some text down on here. It's unfortunate because I can't really like see the text before I put it in here, but it's fine. The font size is way too big. I'll have to do like some upscaling on this or something. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Actually, what I could do is just do, I think I can just say layout, lower the scale a lot. And then when we look in here, I can re-up the font size to normal. So I can add some text on here like, hey bro, how's it going? And then when we look in here. So it doesn't look like anything in here, but I'm pretty sure that when we actually look at this in game, it might be fine. We'll have to see. I don't really know. It's like a productive stream so far. Yeah, it's definitely been going pretty good, I think. I can show you exactly what we did here in just a second. I need to figure out like where this position is relative to the thing. Okay, let's set a maximum size of 50. Let's not do fit content. And then for position, we can set that to 25, 25. Then does that show up? Okay, it does show a little something. Well, actually, we can do 50 times 10. So 500. Then 250. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, I still don't see the text in there, but I'm pretty sure it'll work. I'm just gonna make it very long so I can actually see it in game. Let's see what this looks like. I don't know if this is gonna work. I might have to figure out a different, like specifically for the note, I might have to do a higher resolution. But we'll see. Let's see how the doorman looks in game. Wasn't super happy with his front sprites, but kind of excited. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. Hey Pagorli, what's up? Fish command. Don't have that, unfortunately. Oh, wait, before... Hold on. Let me actually add this note as a real item ID. Just copy one of these. MG item note. Items. Note. Tags. It's not a resource. Let's give it no tag. Alright, let's try this out. Thought Adagon might have taken over your stream too, yeah. Jeez, command. Marble Forest, what is that? I don't know. Give note. Okay, so I do not see the text on it, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna display that text. I don't think it's unfortunately going to be as easy as we thought. It could just be like the position is off or something. It's really hard to... Okay, I do see it there. Maybe that did fix it. Let's try generating the note one more time. Oh, it's the song from Binding of Isaac? Or this one is? Oh, the song is Marble Forest, okay. Yeah. Give note. I don't know why the text is invisible. Because it's showing up in here. You can see it's doing something. It might just be because of the I don't have any oversampling on. It is pretty weird that it's just invisible. I don't think changing the scale or anything does anything. I don't see it appearing on the note. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna get this displaying properly. I'm gonna have to figure that out. It might be a little complicated. I mean, let's see. This should be set up, right? MG item note. Let me make sure it's actually working. mg.item.note. mg.item.note. If so, texture is note.getTexture. Should be fine. Otherwise, destroy it. I'm just gonna say in here, leave a print statement, make sure it is actually a real note. And then I'll show you the doorman, Zach. Come on, load. Okay. So it is running that code, and it is setting it to the viewport texture, then definitely. It's just not working, I don't know. What I'll probably have to do for the notes is render them at a much higher resolution than normal, and then downscale them, or like shrink the size of the sprite so that you can actually see it. So it's going to be a little bit of a hassle, but it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll experiment with that. Because then what you can do is just like look at the board and click and then pin them up there, and it should be really easy. And then you can just look at it. If there's one pinned, click again or interact, and now it's not pinned. So, shouldn't be bad. But anyways, doorman. Let me show you. So, I still need to work on this sequence here with the hatch. Because it's still a little quirky. But we'll just wait and watch him escape. Because right now what happens is as soon as the hatch opens, he's just there. Like, instantly. I'm thinking possibly, Zach, we might want some kind of, like, animation of him, you know, dropping out of the hatch. Yeah. Because you can see he just spawns and he's just snapped in. Yeah, I think that might be the play, because then I can just spawn him in the air, he drops down. Just like it doesn't have to be much. You can just kind of keep him, like, maybe he's, like, you know, he starts out, like, his hands, you know what I mean. He has to be, like, small so he can fit through the hatch. But I imagine he would come out feet first. Yeah, we can go over that. Okay, anyways. Here he is. Ah, he's attacking me. But yeah. The way I have him set up is that he's kind of like a little of a special entity. So the thing is that he's not particularly super fast, or he doesn't like instantly kill you or anything. But what's interesting about him is you cannot hide from him. So I can't just hide under the table and expect him to leave me alone. He still knows where I am at all times. So I could be across the entire maze like this, and he'll still slowly be walking toward me. And I think it's good, because it's like a constant pressure. There's no way to kind of like juke him or hide from him. Like, if he has spawned inside of the maze, he's now a constant annoyance and threat, you know? So it kind of puts a pressure on you to be like, all right, it's probably time to leave, like, right away. Because Because no matter where I go, he's gonna find me eventually. Sir? Oh, I can't... What? There's an item here. Okay, that's a little odd. I might have to look into that. But yeah, I think it works pretty well, though. And these are all his animations he's got going on. The swipe is pretty epic. I like that animation. The only comments I guess I would have on like some of the cycles is they only one leg moves, so sometimes it looks like he's sort of sliding, I guess, a little bit. Which I just don't know what the vibe is, I guess you want to aim for. Because I need to make sure he moves fast enough for him to actually matter. So that's his normal speed right there. I mean, I guess both legs do move, but it's just the other one doesn't move very much, so it almost looks like it doesn't. But yeah, I don't know. You know, it's fine. We can always tweak stuff later. So it doesn't matter that much. I think eventually once we get some more guys in and stuff, like we'll kind of finally be at a spot where like there's enough content for us to like spend more time tweaking and balancing instead of just always focusing on adding completely new stuff. So I want to be a bit of a limp, like one of his legs taken. I mean, that's fine. If you specifically want it to be a limp, then no problem. I think it works. I'm just making sure that's the vibe you want to get across. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, he'll spawn in, start chasing after you. So he has kind of two movement modes. Is him. I might make it so he has to be a little bit closer before he starts doing his slash attack like that. Because right now he can kind of do it from a ways away. Like that. But yeah, I think just the only other animation we need for him is just the one dropping out of the hatch, and I think we're good to go. So yeah, his two movement modes is he has like his slow mode when I'm far away. So he's just inching toward my location. Like that. But then once I'm in like 8 meters of him, he kind of like locks on to me faster. So it's good because you kind of hear him slowly approaching you in the distance, and then as soon as you get too close to him, he like, you know, sprints a little bit toward you. He's still like, without debug on, he's not that fast, so you're still able to get away from him. But I think the idea with this guy is like, he's not like making a mad dash to kill you. It's more of like stalking you. Like you'll be minding your own business and then hear him stepping up on you quietly and remember that he's still in the maze, which I think is good. Yeah, I think it works. Give me that. He's stunned. He doesn't know what to do. Sir? Oh, is he just idling? Ow. Stop. I don't know why he just fully stopped. The kobolds are a little quirky sometimes. I gotta figure that out. I'm gonna die right now. Stay away from me. Oh. Hello. Please go away. Ow. Ow. So this is why he's dangerous, because he always knows where you are and you can't hide. So if you end up in a dead end, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But yeah. And then yeah, the crafting stuff. Oh yeah, let me show you the crafting. So I added a new item into the game. Yeah, I like the directions, taking some work, but I'm starting to feel good about him. Yeah, I think he's coming along. I like that he's kind of like, sort of acts as the timer for the level, right? Like, it's not like a hard timer, which is nice, because sometimes I don't like having a super strict time limit, but it's kind of just like, don't get too greedy now. All right, so we got this craft-o-matic, throw 2 items in, check it. It starts crafting, then shoots out an item. What is this, perhaps? You may ask. This is the compass. So it always shows you the direction you're traveling in. So yeah, I think this works pretty well. It's nice because then when you're down in the maze here, it just gives you... Also, I need to make it so they don't spawn there anymore. It just gives you a sense of direction of where you're going. So like I know that I'm traveling away from the elevator this direction, right? And then north, like, you don't know... I think it's good because you know the direction of the elevator, but it's not like you know the exact path back. So I don't think it's going to feel too overpowered or anything, because it's like, okay, I know it's over that way. So you can start thinking like, all right, let's explore paths leading back this way. And in some mazes, it'll be really easy. Like, especially the earlier ones, because it's just like, it's not that... See, I like him just standing there ominously. Ow, ow. Must get away from him. No, go away. Stay away. But yeah. I want to add more gadgets and doodads like the compass, because I think it helps a lot. You know, there's all these items scattered around. I think it's finally about time that we actually put them to use, so... Should, be fun, I think. Shop's open. What about this? Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep thinking about more gadgets or doodads to add. Again, I think I mentioned it, but if you have any ideas on those, let me know. On just little items and things like that to add in. Do I not set the texture? Oh, that's why the texture did not get set. I see. So I'll just say at the end, if texture is still equal to null, then we set it to that one. Alright. Should have a brainstorm session sometime soon? Yeah, I definitely think it's about time. Now that, like, the mechanic is working, it's just a matter of building on top of it. So I'd like to do that for sure. I think crafting is going to be very important for this game. Because it's kind of like, it's one of those things where it's the huge aspect of player autonomy. And I think whenever a player has to make a decision is when something gets interesting, right? Because now you have all these items. Instead of it just being only about food, now it evolves into, all right, I can choose what to craft. And also what's going to be really fun about the note system is that, like, that's going to add a very strong kind of sense of progression. Because you're going to find all these notes scattered around from time to time. Oh, I can actually see that text. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out rendering with this. But now, like, every time you go through a run, it's going to have some permanence, right? Because if you find one of these notes and pin it on here, now you get to remember that information for next time. So it's kind of like, in a way, a skill tree, kind of, or like a research system. But like literal, real physical research, I guess. But I think it's going to be really fun. It's weird what the shading is sometimes on this stuff. I have a lot of fun coming up with them. I think I'm bounced around some good ones in the VC. Yeah, we can totally do that sometime. Yeah, I think that's a really cool idea. Yeah, I think it's going to be very nice. I'm glad that we landed on that. It's also nice. I think I'm glad I'm going with a 2D note instead of a 3D, because it's going to be significantly easier to pin these and load them and everything and write text onto them. So Because also, then you don't have to worry about rotating them. That's another thing that I was kind of a little, like, iffy about, because with a 3D object, it's like, what if it's facing away from you and now you can't read the text? You know what I mean? But the nice thing about how items in Deadlift are is that they always point toward you. So it makes a lot of sense for a note, because if you can see it, you can read it. Which is good. You don't have to, like, orient it in 3D space and find and rotate it until you can see the text. It's just there ready for you at all times. So I think it's a good play. And yeah, I'll figure out this text rendering stuff. It shouldn't be that bad. I'll probably just upscale the base sprite a lot. So like render this viewport at like 256 by 256 or something. Then what I can do is increase the size of this note. So let's mess with it. So here, let's do it a multiple of 50. So let's do 50 times 10. So let's just do 500 by 500. Then I can multiply the scale of this note by 10. And then position, set that to 250. So now we can see in here, it looks the exact same, but I can now scale up all this text. It's already at 500. And now just increase the, set the scale back to 1. So now you can see, boom, there's text on it. And I'll probably up the font size as well. It's pretty tiny. 32. I don't want it to be impossible to read. So now we have that, which is pretty good. Also, I want to set sort of a margin on this node as well. I think we'll literally create a margin node. Set this to full rect. And then now I can choose... Oh, it's actually updating live, which is extremely convenient. Then I can just set some constants on this until I get it to the position I want. So I'd say something... I don't know, maybe around there. Also set that one to 75 then. And the bottom to like 90. So now we have that, and we can write whatever we want in here. So I can be like, this is an epic note for the game Deadlift. How are you doing? Twitch chat. And I'll probably, I might possibly scale this a little differently. Because I want there to be some pixelization on the text on this, which there really isn't any right now. I'd like it to look like the Craft-O-Matic text. So I might actually lower the amount that we scale this up by. Maybe we drop it to 250. And then we decrease the font size over here to half. And just kind of keep tweaking it until we think it's about right. And change that scale to 5. Then the margin container, we divide all these by 2. Because it looks almost virtually the same, and it drastically decreases the amount of rendering that has to be done. And I think it just looks better. Let's also set the color of the text to black, I think. Probably. And I might even drop it a little more. It's hard to say. Like, we could go to 50 times 3. It's 150. Let's see what that would look like. So let's see, what is this real margin then? It's 37 at 250. It's 5. Divided by 5. So 7.4 times 3 is 22. Then what would that be over here? So that'd be a little lower, like let's just say 16. And then fix the note. So set size to 3. And then this has to be 50 times 3 divided by 2. 75. There we go. But yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I can just keep tweaking these margins. Maybe we go to 22 there on all these. I like how it's like relatively easy to read in your hand like that, so I think it's nice. That word looked funny. Which word are you talking about? Like deadlift? There's a lot of other like things I can do with this in here too. With constants. Like if I want to make this more readable, I could possibly do like there's paragraph separation. Text highlight padding, outlining if I want to do that, right? Which is yet another thing. So there's a whole bunch. The word deadlift. Yeah, it's a little quirky. The L's kind of merging in, but there's options. I think I can change the spacing on this font, or like choose one that has a higher glyph spacing. Is that line? That's line separation. Because we could change this to whatever font we want. I could do a specific font for this if I want, like, there's Chippo. There's Frail Sands, bold. There's light. There's regular. And there's all these ones. But I don't like how those ones are all only capitalized, so... I actually don't really mind this one that much. But yeah, I'll keep messing around. I'll probably do a different font on these ones than any of the others. I do like the handwritten vibe, so I'll probably do... This font is, basically just my handwriting. It's okay, but I think it's a little too, thin in some areas. Like, that A kind of gets thinned out to nothing, and, some of the E's. So I'd like to just look around and find one that's almost like a crayon or something. Like, we just look for, whatever it's called. Decorative initials. I think it's handwritten. And we can just look through all these ones. It's not that hard to make our own fonts. That's what Chippo is. I just made it one day. I can't remember what I used for that. It was one of the popular ones. Font creators. I don't think it was FontStruct. I think it was Calligrapher or whatever. The only issue with making our own font is that the free ones, you only have a limited number of characters. So if somebody writes in a character that we haven't created, it's going to look bad. Like it's going to have some weird symbol or something instead of an actual character. So that's the only problem. But, we could do it. I mean, it's not that expensive to do, the extra characters. It's $10, basically, then we get up to 600 characters, so... You know. We could pay $10 if it means making a good handwritten font that we could use in multiple games, not just Deadlift. It'd probably be worth it. I don't like spending money, but it's not really that much money. I'm gonna look at free ones in here. But, you know, there are a lot of free fonts, so it's just, we'll have to think about it. If we don't find one that we like, then we could totally do our own. But, I mean, sorting by Script handwritten, only 100% free stuff. There's 80 pages of fonts, which is wild. There's so many handwritten fonts. So if we don't find one, I feel like that's a little ridiculous. I mean, oh my god, how many is there then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh wait, it's 25, isn't it? So then we have 25 times 80 pages. There's over 2,000 handwritten fonts on just a font that are free. So I think we could probably find something. That's pretty insane, actually. Yeah, we'll think about it. Oh, you made this song? I didn't realize that. That's pretty epic. Man, I didn't realize just how many there were. I guess a lot of people probably create their own font and then put it on here. That's one. Wait a minute. That seems familiar. Daniel. And this one even has different thicknesses. Man. Updated 2005. That was 21 years ago. Isn't that pretty crazy? I was 2 years old when this font came out. Hello there. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Man, 2005. I eat crayons. I was probably eating crayons at 2. This dude's kind of a real one. This font is free for anything you'd like to do with it, commercial or not. Just enjoy. It's been used in many places. I'd love to see what people do with it. Send me a copy or a link. Pretty goated. And he has his own website. Hopefully it's safe. Daniel's fonts. Oh, he's made a bunch of fonts. Perspective Sands. Pretty epic. Very interesting. Yeah, he said Daniel Deadlift Q, we could. I wouldn't be opposed. Then we'll have to use his font. Which sure. Good. I do like that font. I feel like it looks pretty nice. Whoa. I need to figure out something about the you know, like when you drop an item and you look at it vertically, it has 0 thickness. Obviously, that's kind of a problem. I do want to figure it out. It's just complicated, you know. Oh, also, these items don't have backface culling, which is... I need to implement that. Or they do have backface culling? I need it to render from both sides. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about that. What I would like to do is just make it kind of rotate up toward your face a little bit when you're looking at it from top down. But it's not as easy as it sounds. It's really complicated to get these rendered in. So I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Because I don't want it to fully go flat like that and face towards you when it's on the ground, because it'll look kind of weird. I do want it to still kind of mostly stay upright. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see. Yeah, I'll put it on the list. Figure out item rotation stuff. All right. It's a burning Working outside all day. I'm quite tired of it. Alright, well, got that working. Crafting is working. I'll work on sounds later because I don't like to do that while I'm streaming because it's just really hard. Oh, but. Yeah, I'd like to get started on just more entities and stuff would be cool. Obviously items, but items are one of those things that I can definitely just grind out in the background. They're not like a super high priority. Yeah, I'd like to get the doors and stuff set up too eventually. Oh, don't shoot me. Welcome back. Did they keep talking after they already shot me? Let's look at this. It'd be epic if the doorman killed all of the scavengers. Hello, sir. Welcome back. Well, yeah, I was just saying just a second ago, I would like to... Even more entities. You're gonna propose that? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I've been thinking about possibly making it so entities can target other entities, because it would be pretty neat. But... You're like, could we kill 2 of them? Yeah. It'd also be crazy, like, we could do some cool stuff where, like... you don't actually see them get killed. But if you're on a level of scavengers, and then you, like, keep walking around, you just stumble upon their corpse. You know? And you're like, oh, man. You really just killed those guys. Yeah. Well, because you won't initially realize that he's in the maze. So it'd be neat. A neat little moment of, like, there's something else in the maze. Right? You can't get to me. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. He's gonna come get me. He's gonna scratch me. Don't do it, please. No, no, no. Scariest moment in gaming, he jumps the robot. That would be pretty scary, not gonna lie. If that would be a scary moment. Yeah. Yeah, I have it written down. I'll look into making it so entities can target each other. Because it would be pretty cool, I think. It'd only be very specific guys. Also, here's another thing that's quite interesting. Maybe you could purposely let the doorman escape. Then he would go out and kill guys for you. There's some potential interesting moments with that. But yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't want to, like... I mean, I'll experiment with it and see if it's, like, something that's going to be feasible. If it's way too much work, then I don't want to, you know, do that. But we'll see. I'll mess around. I think giving them special loot drops with rock, yeah, that'd be pretty neat. Yeah, I'm kind of okay with other entities killing other entities, but I definitely don't want the player to ever be able to. Yeah, cool loot drops would be fun. Yeah, it'd be a fun little, like... It'd almost be like an Easter egg in a way. Not like an Easter egg, but just like, what would you call that? A little epic... I don't know. A little epic moment. A little secret. If you, like, purposely... Rare interaction, yeah. If you purposely let him escape on the first 2 levels. Just to get some cool items. Yeah, I could do... I wonder what they would drop. Their weapons? But I don't really want the player to have like a gun. That seems not what I want. I don't know, we'll have to think about that. Could do anything. Could do be crazy if like you could equip their suits or something. I don't know. Yeah, gas mask. Are we gonna do like clothing in this game? I don't know. It's probably kind of approaching the realm of feature creep, but could be interesting. I just don't know what clothing would exactly do, I guess. I don't know. End day. I'm going to kill day. Yeah, something to think about though. Almost maybe like an accessory slot. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, buddy. Yeah, could be good. Ares, please don't hurt me. I don't think I'd want to go all the way on armor slots. Yeah. I feel that. Yeah, because I mean, we got the toolbar, like, that's in a way almost like having a slot for, like, equipping something. So, like, I feel like most things I'd want to be, like, a holdable item like that. But yeah. Oh, he's coming. Good. Okay, let's get a font in here. I want to actually generate the recipe thing. Let's use Daniel's font for now. It's a pretty epic font. And I think the, let's see. This one would work well. The bolded, but not the black. And then let's throw it in. I do actually like the font. It's pretty good. It's not too bad. Yeah, maybe. I'll probably decrease the font size ever so slightly. Like that. Okay. What if I gave it scroll? Like, what would happen? So it generates a scroll bar, but you can't actually scroll it. So let's not do that. It'll just get clipped off if you go too long. So, yeah, I think it looks pretty nice because, you know, you can still read it pretty easily, especially with the zoom function. You can just, yeah. I mean, I might increase the font size a little bit more. We went from 16 to 12. What about like 14? That's a pretty good size. We could also try the black font. See if that is a little more readable. It's tricky because it's always a game between readability and stylization. I think that one's a little more readable at this scale, so that's better. But I'd probably want to make this font a little more condensed so that it's like you can fit more on one note without it getting unreadable. So maybe we'll do that. But for now, it's fine. Also, we're going to do that. What is fill mode? Oh, it like does... That's not what I want. To make the font size like adaptable? That would be pretty crazy. Like the font size would change depending on your distance away from the note. I'm trying to think how that would work. You're talking about like the... Oh, less text is big font. Oh, so you mean just adaptively... Yeah, just changing the scale of the font. Yeah, that's totally doable. I can just check how long is the text, and if there's like 3 things on it, it'll be big like that, and then as it gets longer, it shrinks. But we'll have to set a limit eventually. Like, I feel like anything smaller than 8 is pretty much completely unreadable. 10 would probably be a good minimum. But yeah, that'd be cool. I could definitely do that. Let me write it down. Depending on text length. All right. So let's try and get this set up so I can spawn in notes with text on them. Oh. Ouch. So sore. All right. So if it's a note, I'm going to grab data in here. We say of our text is data.get text. And then we say that dot text is equal to text. So now I can spawn in a note, add some text to it in data. So let's try it out. First off, let's figure out how we're going to format this recipe stuff, because, like, I got to make sure it's readable. Here, honestly, the best way to do it is just in-game. I'll probably just show, like, thing plus thing equals, you know. And it'll be the exact same, like, icon as whatever the thing is, so it should be pretty obvious what you need to combine. Note. Okay, let's turn off that lighting. So let's just start experimenting. So we could say, like, because I can put images on here, right? Then I could grab the icon from metal scrap. I can copy the path, put that in here like that, right? So scrap plus another image. Equals another image. Then let's get the compass. And then let's get the wood scrap. And I think most items are just going to be like 2, like most recipes are just going to be 2 items, so. Right there. So those icons are too big, but I can, those are being rendered at 50 by 50, so I can say which is equal to 32 by 32 maybe, like that. And I think I'd actually want to put this on a new line like that, maybe. Or maybe I put that equals and then put the other image on a new line too. I'm not sure exactly how I want to format this. Or maybe I literally do an arrow. Right? I need some kind of arrow image then. We could just draw one really quick. Maybe 12 by 12. Black. Rah, passing, rah. I want it to be a little, you know, make it look like it's hand-drawn. Then we can go through here and anti-alias so it looks real. Oh my god, I didn't actually erase everything because I'm getting so tired of opacity and Krita. There's gotta be a way to change that behavior, man. It's so annoying. So I can call this text down arrow. Alright. So now I can go grab this arrow. Copy the path. Put it right there. That's not terrible. What do you guys think? There'd be more scrap? Yeah, so I've changed the way that items generate in a pretty big way. It used to be stupid. But now the way it works is we go to our item generation code. I'll just go over how it works now. So we do pick item ID. Get random item. Okay, so now what it does for generation of items is, first off, there's a minimum and maximum count required now for food and water. So in initial levels, just to make the game more fair, I set an initial like required amount of water or food. So like, for example, I think the first level requires at least 2 food and 2 water to generate. So you don't get stuck with a run where you spawn in on the first level and there's no food or water, because it's just extremely unfair. Also now, earlier levels will generate more items than later levels. Not necessarily more, but just more like higher density, so there's a higher chance for each table to have an item. So it starts off as being really high odds down here. And then as you get deeper and more dangerous, the number of items in general, or the density, decreases. Also at later levels, I set a maximum on specific items. So like food and water, eventually that hits a maximum of 1. So it's kind of a coin toss of whether you actually end up getting food or water in the deeper levels. So you really have to more rely on your backlog of food and water. You have to actually stock up in the earlier levels where you still have the chance to. So what that means is that any items that get spawned that aren't food are going to be resources. So this kind of makes it, the deeper you go, the more and more resources you get, which includes scrap, wood scrap, like metal and wood scrap, rocks, stuff like that. So I think the balance of item spawning is going to be much more fair now. We'll definitely have to play test it and stuff to make sure, but hopefully it works out. And yeah, you're saying make the text larger. I do agree. I force updated my computer, bro. Back now, welcome back. So I like the larger text, but for some reason, like, it creates a huge gap between these, and I don't know why. I need to like decrease the spacing or something. I mean, I guess it's because I have a space here. That's better. But it's still pretty broken. Because now also the line spacing is really stupid. I mean, I could manually change line separation down here. Or I guess it's paragraph separation. Like that. But then now this, like, arrow's overlapping onto that. So I guess, like, ooh, something like that kind of works. But I don't like how the arrow is almost, like, touching the plus. I don't know, maybe we have like an arrow on the side or something that like goes down. Or maybe we just format this vertically. Or we have thing plus thing and then equals other thing, you know? Maybe that would be better. So instead what we could do is this. We'd set vertical alignment to center. Then we can say scrap plus wood. Then lower the paragraph spacing again. But it's just really weird how the spacing is. I don't know. It's a little quirky. Doesn't seem to work very well. Because it's like that. Wish I had more fine-tuned control. Maybe I lower that to -30 and then just add another space after the scrap with the plus. Kind of works, but it's not perfect. I don't know. And then we'd move the down arrow to get the compass. I don't know why it's centered like that. It's like I have to add a massive space for some reason. And then that just wraps. Oh, it's jank as frick, guys. I don't know. I might do possibly another size of note or something that like kind of displays this stuff better. Maybe that's what I need to do. It seems like our top margin is just like not enough or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty weird. And now it's just gone? Oh, I think it's because it's centered on vertical. And then this is set to super bad. Alright. Well, it's a little fricked up. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do this properly, but I could just update it, like increase the size a little bit. Like that. Then lower the paragraph separation. Like just enough to where it's not clipping like that. And what do you think about that? It's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. I don't know. And I also might do like other variants of notes that are like different colors, possibly. Like maybe instead of a note, this is like a blueprint, like this, you know? I don't know. Could do that. Then that would like give me a little more room to format this. Might be better. I'm not sure. But I don't want these to be too big because then you run out of space on your board. So I don't want to go too much larger with this. I just have to get this formatted correctly. I mean, this is pretty readable, I feel like, right? What do you guys think? To me, it seems pretty easy to tell what's going on here, but it's always hard to say. Because to me, right away, this says scrap plus wood turns into this. And hopefully it's easy to understand the link between these two, because this is a Craft-O-Matic. We'll have to see. I mean, I think user accessibility is important, but also I don't want accessibility at the detriment of fun. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, maybe there's always some kind of mode we could do or something that, like, I don't know, makes it easier to understand these. I have no idea. It's hard to say. I'll probably just throw these your guys' way first. I mean, you have the zoom function, like, so it's pretty readable at the full zoom. I don't know. Does that look like a C? I gotta do some like font stuff. It's a little quirky. Quake Pro. You like my 90 font? Yeah, I have thought about making it so you could draw on the chalkboard, but or the corkboard, but I don't know. It'd be neat. But it's probably fine. This is how I feel right now, guys. No, this is how I feel. Does Voices of the Void have something like this? I don't know why, but I feel like this is a very Voices of the Void coded mechanic. Being able to just draw. I need to play Voice of the Void again. It's just that new update, man. I don't know. Kind of ruined everything. It doesn't? Interesting. I'm kind of surprised. It feels like that game almost has every mechanic known to man. Farming, business, simulation, Bitcoin mining. It's fixed now? Oh, the new update stuff? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I know that update. I'm trying not to let it persuade my view of the game too much, because, you know, it was, whatever, like a pre-alpha type thing, so. But I'd like to check it out again. Let's see if it's actually out now. Nope, it's still secret. I'll probably try V9 again once it's like actually out. How long has it been now since last update? Okay. Voices of the Void, V0.9. How do we find it? I know there's like a secret page for it, right? Oh, click download and then it says there. Discussion board. I don't see it there. Yeah, I don't remember actually how to get to it. Not really impressed. Unless it's like gone. I don't know. I remember all the 0.9 stuff was in here. Okay, there still are some things. The latest release has been phenomenal. Oh, here we go. This is the new changelog. Hopefully I don't get spoiled. Coffee machine price. Thank God. I hope it's been set back to normal. According to tower decay rate. Boar war event. What is that? Okay. Interesting. It's a lot of things. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, man. My eyes are burning. I'll check it out once it actually comes out. I don't want to play it in its broken state, you know, and not give it a fair, like, run. So, yeah, I think we'll just wait. I wonder what the game was like back in 0.6 and stuff. It was probably crazy. There's the archived. Oh, okay. So it literally was out. It's just not out anymore, huh? Yeah. Interesting. I guess it's probably been sent out like on the Discord. Oh, so there's like the original stuff here. I wonder what that's like. Oh, I could actually download it. Should I boot it up real quick just to see? It's probably like nothing. Like walking around in an empty void. My stream volume was 0.1. I kind of just want to open this super quick and not really do much in it, but I just want to see, is it even a game? I don't know. Can I even open it? Okay, yeah, I can. I hope there's a volume slider. Okay. It's loading. Is there a menu or anything? Okay, okay. More than I expected already. I thought it was going to be nothing. Hopefully I don't corrupt my save or something by doing this. Let's create a new save. Bob. Let's play it, Bob. Whoa. This has got a much different vibe already. Wow. A little spookier. Oh wow, the flashlight power goes really quick. I guess items aren't fully implemented. The layout is way different. So you just have bedroom. And then straight into processing place. It's just interesting to see how this stuff has changed. So the facility is like way smaller. Everything's just kind of right here and accessible. Part of me almost kind of really likes that. And the garage is right here. We got the servers. I mean, the big facility is cool and all, but sometimes, like especially the new one, it almost feels like too big. So this is kind of neat. Still more similar than I thought. More afraid of huge, yeah, places. I feel that. The ATV is almost the exact same. Puck up. Alt E to drive. No, I could live in a mansion alone? Yeah, that'd be crazy. So there's no, like, river. Or no, there was one, but it's different. Oh, oh, no! Okay, I don't think there's even... So I have hunger. One thing I wish that would change is the way that the UI is. Because I don't really like the stats just being a straight up number. There's a lot of things about Voice of the Void I wish were different. Boo. Also, why did it open up? When I opened this, it's open Steam VR. I don't know why it did that. It's weird how that snaps down like that. Oh, these were named different things. Khalid, Leah, Egan, Zavuria, Giotto. Really interesting. Teresa. Yeah, they're all different names. I can't jump. I can't crouch. I wonder how many like entities and events are even in this version. I have no idea. It's cool though. Anyways, I don't want to... Maybe we'll check it out more another time. Battery guy? Who is battery guy? That's it. But pretty interesting. It's always really cool to see that progression, you know, from the very first version. I wonder if I have that for Deadlift, like the original version. Because I'm pretty sure I committed to GitHub eventually. Initial commit. Initial. Oh yeah, this is a pretty old version. That was the original like little test I did in like one day. There's like nothing in there. On 11.14, no files. It's not correct. That seems weird. Oh, there we go. So I added a bunch of stuff in this one. I don't even like remember if this has... Okay, I think this is like when I resumed, yeah, like 2 months ago. Man. Crazy. Hey, Fyro, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Gee, that throws your batteries around. Oh, okay, that's all it was. Man, one of these times I gotta open up this initial commit and see what it's like. Because there's the elevator scene. And there used to be no, like, player. Is there the world script? Main menu. So I don't even know what was like in this version. I guess there was like no gameplay then. Interesting. And then what's it like in this one, I wonder? Let's go look. Global GD. I mean, it's probably had the rovers and stuff at this point. But I wonder if it still had the code where I would like drag to the sides of the screen. It looks like I had the shop and stuff already, so this didn't have any of that. I should have done a version when it was just the static, like you were in the elevator looking around, but there really wasn't much to it. Let's see, clocked in so hard, yeah. Grind like 10 hours during day. Oh yeah, the demo release, nice. July fix, yeah. That's awesome, yeah. It's cool stuff. Yeah, if you got a link to the demo, you're totally welcome to drop that in chat so everybody can check it out. Yeah, that's cool. We've been just working on a deadlift, a few things. We're kind of getting this note system set up. It's still pretty not there yet, a little broken, but we're getting there. It'll just let you pin this to the corkboard here, and write down notes, and also it's going to spawn in with recipes on them so you can figure out what you can actually craft, which is important. Yeah, and then also crafting. We added in a recipe for crafting a compass. So if I give myself some wood scrap and metal scrap, we can chuck this into the crafter, start a craft, and then yeah, it'll pop out an item, which is the compass. Very simple item, it just shows the direction you're pointing at. But when you're in the maze, I think it's pretty helpful. We didn't do this chalk today, but I do really like this mechanic. I'm glad that I experimented with it and did add it, because it's kind of really fun. It's crazy how it just works on every surface, like without any problems. I can just draw as fast as I want and wherever I want. I wonder what kind of crazy art people are going to get up to. Be funny if I like detected what text you wrote. I don't know how that would work. But yeah, let's check out this demo. Boom. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I love all the art stuff you got going on here. This is epic. There's like a slash effect in the shape of a honeycomb. That's pretty awesome. Nice. Yeah, this is looking really, really cool. I like what you got going on here. I'll have to try out the demo. Yeah, thanks for dropping the link. I appreciate it. Let's see. So what's new with the games? It's going season. We got crafting implemented, so you can make stuff now. But yeah. Not too bad. Stuff's looking nice too. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty easy effect to do. It wasn't that bad. All it is just creating a bunch of decals. If anybody's used Godot, you might know what a decal is. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Decals might eventually have some kind of performance impact. It's really hard to say. If you draw like an obscene amount of stuff, the game might start lagging. But I mean, this is a pretty sizable quantity of decals already. This is like thousands, so I think it's probably fine for the most part. But I'll have to see how things go. But all I'm really doing is I'm shooting out a raycast from where I'm clicking. It's grabbing the normal of that collision point. So it's like saying, okay, I click here, it gets the surface of that mesh and calculates the normal, right? And then it rotates the decal to that normal. So it's like facing toward the place that I'm drawing on. And that's really all it is. So it's pretty simple. It even allows, you to like draw between these two materials like this, which is really cool. It's honestly a pretty cool way of doing this. Like, I'm glad I did it this way. I think it works really well. And I can draw anywhere I want. Like, I can draw on my table, on the floor, anything that has a collider I can draw on. So, I can draw in here. Yeah, I guess the only thing is that it, only decals to like the layer that you're on or like the face you're on. So there's a little potential for things to look odd. Like you saw with this, since there's a bunch of faces here. Like drawing on one face doesn't overlap onto the other one. You can adjust that pretty easily with your like distance, the fade distance on the decal. I have it set really low just so that you can like if you're drawing on this wall, it's not, you don't get it overlapping on the bottom because it might be kind of annoying if it does. But yeah, it's pretty simple. I can show you guys the code. Like, well, there's no code in there. It's all inside of the player. And then we have an eraser tool also, which, you know, lets you erase the chalk once you're done. So yeah. But let's see, inside of here, player. I don't remember exactly where, but it's probably wherever I mentioned chalk. So right here, I'm just checking, am I holding down chalk? And if so, this is the code here. Like right here. So I'm just getting this chalk decal scene. I'm setting the texture to one of these chalk textures up there I have. Adding the decal as a child. Setting the global position to the collision point. And then right here, I did a lot of research and trying to figure out how to do this snippet properly. And somebody in one of the Godot forums already was doing this for like bullet holes and walls. So I just applied that to this and it works pretty well. But yeah, if it's not up already, then I just look at collision point plus the normal. So that's saying point plus the normal that points up or whatever. And then I'm also randomly rotating it right here. But yeah, it works really well. So I'm happy with how it's turned out. Cleaning monster that cleans off the chalk, maybe. That would be pretty crazy. That would make people go insane because you'd be walking through and be like, I swear I put chalk here. Not realizing that there's a guy that's going around cleaning it off. I don't know if I would add that. It's hard to say. Like, is that actually a good mechanic? I don't know. I don't know if I want to add stuff that harms, like, is just annoying like that. We'll see. How long have I been with Godot now? I've been messing with Godot since December of 2023. And it's been a fun time so far. Yeah, I started messing with it after before that I was using Unity to work on a game called Bounding Main, which I never released or anything or finished. But I had a lot of issues with Unity. It was right during the Unity drama time, and that wasn't really the only reason I swapped, to be honest. The other part of it was that I was just really struggling with Unity. Like, because I came from GameMaker. GameMaker's got its own problems, but Unity, I don't know. I just never really liked Unity, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's a bad engine. I think if people are using Unity and having a good time with it, then that's great. But, personally, I think it's way too dense with stuff. It's very old, you know, it's from back in like the early 2000s or something, I think, or even earlier. So the UI is kind of stupid, and I don't like how things are organized. It takes a billion years to open and run your game. So like testing things, I remember, was just such a pain. Because I have to like wait 5 minutes to open the game again to change one line of code, and I'm just like, man, I'm tired of this engine. So I swapped to Godot to mess around with stuff and made a little test project, and I really enjoyed it. So, because I think it's super capable, but still is like very simple, easy syntax, and just a nice lightweight engine like GameMaker was. So, but yeah, yeah, really like the engine so far. I've been having lots of fun. Yeah, I think it's a very fun engine. Let's see. Just started trying stuff at that point, yeah. And didn't do any game dev for a year, and then last year went full deep into it, yeah. That's pretty neat. Yeah, especially with all the new updates that Godot has gotten recently, I think it's even better than it was when I first started using it. It's pretty epic. They've been doing a lot of work on 3D stuff, which is nice to see. Just the way that you like render in models and everything, a lot of like lighting changes, which has been nice. Godot's so lightweight. Yeah, it's super lightweight. That's one of my favorite things about Godot, is just how easy it is to use and how fast it is. Like, I can close this game, boom, open it, and like it saves everything. Saving's done, opening, game is open, and boom, like I'm in. This lag here is not Godot's fault. I need to figure out why it like sits here and freezes. It's something wrong with the game. I think maybe I'm preloading too many scenes or something. I don't really know yet. But even still with the loading time, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. It was not like that with Unity, I'll say. Like, that would have taken, I remember I timed it one time, and it took like over a minute, I think, to open Bounding Main. Which also, keep in mind, Bounding Main is a super empty game. It's got like nothing going on, so the fact that it took that long to open is, to me, is just wild. This guy doesn't know what item to go for, he's freaking out. I still need to do some work on the kobolds. Sometimes they don't pathfind properly. Like this guy right here, I don't know what's going on with him. Yeah, imagine waiting 5 seconds more each time. It would take forever, yeah. I'm glad it's so fast. But yeah. Anyways. Vents? Talking about this guy? I don't know why he keeps freaking out. I'm not really sure. Although sometimes the pathfinding of the doorman also breaks like this, right? I'm not sure why that does that. Actually, it looks like it's when there's two tables in the way. Okay, so let's, I'm gonna write down some of these bugs. Kobolds freak out. Doorman does not like two-table corridor. Because this is kind of a big problem. He can't get to me. Actually, maybe that's also what's happening with the kobold. It's not that he can't or he's trying to choose the two, he just can't pathfind through the tables. What is he doing? I think that's what's happening. They can't pathfind through here. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Anyways. But we've been going forever, so I'm probably going to stream here. Let's see. Hey, I'm curious if any of my buddies love MMOs. Sort of started developing one over the last few months. None of us have made a game before. Yeah. But all of us combined have 100 years of software dev experience. Okay. That's crazy. The art portion of it is what we don't know. Yeah. Then what do you think the expected ramp-up time would be? Ramp-up time for an MMO, for like somebody learning art for an MMO. Is it 2D or 3D? Because I think that definitely changes it. Or you mean just like, just hiring on a new, already, you know, proficient artist? Yeah, 3D, I'm trying to shoot for Zelda-ish graphics, ideally. Okay. Yeah, okay. Takes 5 years, yeah. It's hard to say. Like, if you hired on a 3D artist, it probably wouldn't be that bad. I mean, assuming that they are familiar with that style. Like, if they haven't done any Zelda style, I'm just thinking in terms of like, you know, I mean, I don't know for sure, but probably would take about a month to really get up to date on everything and start like planning it out and pumping out some, you know, actually getting really productive. I would imagine. Something for the hydrate. It's all offset because we're on the screen, but okay, so yeah, okay. So yeah, from a non-experienced perspective, it's definitely hard to say, because I'll be honest, an MMO that's a lot of assets you have to create for that. That's kind of always the one big challenge with making a game like that. Especially just the way it kind of works is like it's a lot of throwaway content. Yo, let's freaking go. Thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate that. Let's go. Thank you very much. Round of applause, everybody. Awesome. Yeah, it's a huge world. Yeah. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I've been... Whoa! Thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate it. That's crazy. Thank you very much. Let me snooze this ad since we're at the end of stream. Yeah, thanks so much for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dustin. It's epic. But yeah, I would say, I mean, it's hard to say. 6 months is not that much time, if I'm being completely honest. If you don't have any background in art or anything like that, that would be pretty tricky. I mean, if you're putting, like, it just depends on how much time you're putting into it. Like, is this a full-time project? Like, are you putting 8 hours a day every single day in on it? Or is it more of like just working on it in between time that you have, you know, like on the weekends because you work a full-time job already? I think that's one of the big factors that you need to tie in. So I would probably say it would probably take at least like, okay, that's what I'm worried about. I've experienced graphics and UI design, but not art. Okay. Yeah, 48 hours, 4 to 8 hours a day. I'd probably more, I mean, it just depends, like, because Zelda style stuff, if you're aiming for like an older Zelda style game, I was thinking for the hype train, guys. Like something more like, are you kind of thinking more like Breath of the Wild kind of thing? Or more like Wind Waker, because that's a much different style, right? Okay, Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, because that's pretty high level modeling. I mean, honestly, for that kind of stuff, I'd probably say minimum like 2 or 3 years. I mean, that's why it's a whole career, right? Because it's a lot of work. But if you're putting like 4 to 8 hours a day specifically on trying to learn just 3D modeling, and if you're a little more lax in terms of the requirements, I'd probably estimate about like a year, is what I would say. 6 months, I mean, you can start creating assets, but I don't know if that's if they'd be quite like to the level you'd want at that point. But yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. We have 6 devs at the moment, 2 art folks at the moment, but yeah, more will come eventually. Okay. Yeah, I'd start with definitely 6 months, but probably more realistically speaking, it'd be closer to a year, I imagine. So. But yeah, I do wish you the best of luck. MMOs are a lot of work. I'll definitely just say that. But they're cool. You can do some really cool stuff. An MMO kind of allows for like a very different kind of world, you know? A place that like people actually, you know, join in together instead of it just being, you know, either a small little lobby of a couple people or just single player. That's always pretty neat. Yeah, I appreciate the info. It's been a ride. It's developing for, okay, Final Fantasy 11 private server. It's getting tired of working on a 20-year-old game. I totally feel that. Most of the time when I make a game, it's out of frustration with a pre-existing game. Yeah. So I completely understand. That's kind of what it was with Starground, just the game I've been working on. Because there's a game, Forager. It's a fun game, but it never added multiplayer, so it was always just kind of frustrating of like, man, I wish I could have played this game in multiplayer. But yeah. But man. But yeah, unfortunately, we gotta end stream here. But I do wish you the best of luck. I hope things go well. Yeah, modeling is a whole thing. So I definitely would say go into it expecting a lot of work. I mean, I've been modeling on and off for years and years, and I still feel like I kind of suck at it. I don't think I'd ever be able to do anything close to Tears of the Kingdom. Like, people working on that kind of stuff are pretty top of their field. So, but yeah. Thank you for the info. I'll be back to hang. Yeah, sounds great. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. We're gonna try and raid out of here before it's too late. But yeah, thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. We'll be live again on Wednesday. Probably working more on Deadlift and Lurden, and we might also be doing some more Starground stuff because I need to get started on that eventually on the next update. But yeah, thank you, gamers. Be on the lookout for another Deadlift update eventually. I want to get a couple more crafting recipes and stuff in, and then I'll probably be pushing that. So, but yeah, thank you, gamers. I'll see you all another time. Bye-bye.
Something I can achieve by rotating nodes.